So there are all the documents on the website. Our collection of presentations is registered as official scientific publication. We welcome you at the 9th International Conference INUDECO 2024. The topic of the conference is nuclear energy, the challenges of the war. Now we have 129 persons registered. I'm pleased to say who are the organizers of the conference. The Executive Committee of Slobodic City Council, Communal Enterprise of the Regional Development of Slobodic, the Exclusion Zone Management Institute of Problems of Security of the Nuclear Power Plant, the Ukrainian Nuclear Society, Slobodic branch of KPI University named after Sikorsky. The organization committee thanks the partners, the institutions and organizations who participated in preparation of the conference. We thank the partners of the conference. National Academy of Sciences, Academy of Technical Sciences of Ukraine, KPI University named after Sikorsky, Association of the Enterprises of Industrial Automatization, the Atom Energo Service, which is part of Energoatom. Also the NGO European Institute of Chernobyl. We're happy to inform our participants that we have two our key partners, and these are two charity foundations, Clean Futures Fund and the Chair Slobodic Development Charity Fund. For the third year, our conference has a charity goal. We thank each participant of the INUDECO conference who contributed, made your donations to the conference. We're happy to see your money because this year our goal is humanitarian. Our first one is Rehabilitation Department of Slobodic City Hospital. In the future, we are planning to open rehabilitation center, the human clinic. The second goal is the repair of the shelter, which is used by sportsmen, by children. You can see details about these problems, about these projects on our website, and you can also visit the Clean Futures website where you can buy some souvenirs, and you will have the foundation of our conference and our goals. The charity foundations receive your donations, and the details for donations are among the resources of the conference. And we will also put additional link. The conference is taking place as part of the event dedicated to the accident at Chernobyl and PP. Every year on the 26th of April, we all together remember the Chernobyl disaster. But today it's not enough to recollect Chernobyl. This is the day when it's worth to remind to everyone in the world how fragile our security is. Today, the country terrorist Russia continues to create new threats which would exceed even that most awful accident. The international organizations have a powerful voice, and we invited to participate in the conference our participants to analyze the experience of war in Ukraine and make conclusions as to the as for the consequences of this accident, more than 800 scientists, researchers, practitioners during these years participated in the conference, which was held and withheld every year in the youngest city of Ukraine, Slavodich. More than 50 institutions participate in it. In the last year, we had 6 additional events here in 2024. Now, the participants of 10 countries got registered at the conference. These are representatives of different types of organizations. We will listen to 60 presentations, that's approximate number, and organizers are traditionally preparing the collection of materials of the conference. So we are starting the work of the plenary discussion. I would like to invite the city mayor of Slavutic, Yuri Tomichev.
Good morning, dear friends. I'm happy to be with you here today. Ukraine has been fighting in the war for the third year in a row, but despite that fact, we today can meet at this conference, and I encourage you to have this very fruitful and professional dialogue dedicated to various topics. This Russian-Ukrainian war has changed society, and not only in Ukraine, but around the entire world. Actually, the whole world has witnessed that nuclear tragedies had become much closer to reality and to happening in reality. When the Chernobyl tragedy happened back in 1986, we believed that the humanity has learned this terrible lesson and that the, that won't repeat again. But at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we witnessed the occupation of the Chernobyl exclusive zone. And although today it is deoccupied, but we all understand that the threat continues because we are very close to the border, while the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant remains under occupation and in continuous and danger. During these 2 years, the world has not provided any decision, any solution to the question what is true nuclear safety in the conditions of full-scale conflict. And now we have this event in the light of Chernobyl tragedy and in the light of the occupation in Zaporizhia. We all recollect the year 1986 when our people rest, sacrificed their lives to defend humanity from the nuclear threat. And today, again, we are at the threshold and at risk of new nuclear tragedy because of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Another big aspect what should draw our attention is the ecocide issue in Ukraine. We raise this issue of ecocide in the light again of more than 30 years old, the Chernobyl tragedy, and we know how dangerous is this ecocide for Ukraine. And we have to think about it in the context of full-scale invasion and the threat which it brings to us. We had seen destroyal of Kakhovska dam. We had seen huge territories being mined. We have seen huge territories being polluted with chemicals and explosives. And I believe that this makes our today's work very topical. I believe that in course of our presentations, we will point out to possible solutions or raise the most important problems. And I am happy to welcome all the distinguished guests who applied for participation. I believe this will be highly professional discussions. And, today we welcome participants from dozens of countries, while half of the countries around the world contributes to assistance to Ukraine in this fight against Russian aggression. And we would like to thank once again to the United States of America and to the European Union, to European countries who provide bilateral support to us. And I believe that together we will be able to overcome the negative impact of that ecocide which we observed today. And being united, we will be able to counteract and prevail. I wish to all of us to prevail in this war. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. No sound from Arena. No sound from Arena. No sound from Arena. My pleasure to give the floor to academician, Mr. Nosovsky, Mr. Anatoly Nosovsky, director of the Institute of NPP Safety Problems of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and dear friends. On behalf of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine and on behalf of myself, I would like to welcome you at this international conference, which we managed to organize this year, traditionally despite all the unfavorable circumstances. Last year, at the venue of this conference, we discussed very important topics about digital twins, about disposal of spent fuel, about the safe operation of the shelter object, etc. The results of the last year conferences allowed professionals to find better understanding of the current problems and to look for more efficient solutions. We all understand that martial law in Ukraine raised the issues related to the existence of the nuclear objects, extension of the operational cycle, and the turning of the shelter object into safe environmental site. All those issues are very important. These are actually the issues which are being resolved by the Institute of the NPP Safety Problems. We have been accumulating lessons and knowledge gained in a result of the Chernobyl disaster, and our major work is to turn the nuclear power plant, Chernobyl nuclear power plant, former power plant, into a safe shelter object. But the full-scale invasion has raised new problem. The laboratories were destroyed in course of occupation. Partially, we managed to revive them and to restore them. and to revive their work. But not fully. Our institute, together with our European partners, has developed a design for the reconstruction of the damaged laboratories. Then we received approval from the European Commission and started detailed design of the new laboratories, which will be um, developed and launched. This is the plan for the current year, and we believe that in result of this work, we will receive new laboratories which will be equipped with new equipment instead of the equipment which was broken by the occupants. And we will deal not only with the shelter object and all the issues around it, but will contribute precious knowledge to the nuclear sector of Ukraine. Unfortunately, Ukraine is raging a war appealing Russian aggression, and this resulted in cut-off funds for the scientific research. Many researchers were conscribed to the army and summoned to the army. They became volunteers, and this is especially true about our young employees. And this again creates a shortage of human resources. I would like to point out that since many our people are in the armed defense forces of Ukraine, they require our support as volunteers, and I encourage you to do that. Today at the conference, we would like to look for new approaches to the tasks and problems which we wish to tackle in course of our academic work. I believe that today we here in see new interpretations and will become aware about those people who who raise these problems and try to resolve it. I wish you all peace and quiet time, and hope that we will prevail. Thank you, Anatoly Volodymyrovich. Thank you for this introduction. Since you are co-chairman of our organization committee, we are very grateful to you for your leadership. I believe that your committee has produced a fruitful agenda of the conference. Perhaps you've paid attention that we have around 60 presentations in the agenda for this 3 days. So we have to work very efficiently in line with our agenda. I would like to invite now Mr. Alexander Krasnoludsky, the first Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. But Mr. Krasnoludsky had to apologize, and his welcoming speech will be a bit delayed, 10 minutes later. We will connect him a bit later. And in the meanwhile, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Andrei Temchuk, the first deputy head of the State Agency of Ukraine on Exclusion Zone Management. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you at the 9th International Conference dedicated to decommissioning of the nuclear power objects. And our today's topic is about challenges to the nuclear power sector under conditions of full-scale invasion. And as usually, we start our work on this day when many years ago Chernobyl disaster happened, and that had proved that any nuclear disaster may negatively influence the life of many people, and overcoming the consequences of such large-scale disasters require joint effort from the international community. We all understand that the decommissioning of Chernobyl NPP and disposal of fuel-containing materials and construction of the radioactive waste storages had become a real issue for the global community. Now, in the post-occupational period, the main issue is to ensure nuclear safety in the exclusion zone and in the former Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Actually, we understand that we cannot stop works there. And we had paid a very high price for restoration of the safety measures after occupation. As of today, we managed, and thanks to international community, we were able to procure necessary radiological dosimetrical equipment, which allows to ensure control of the radiation. And partially, we managed to procure necessary computer equipment. We are very grateful to the BRD and the international community, which act within the framework of program International Community Aid to Chernobyl. And the exclusive zone has been changing. We are very close to the border, and we have to think about security from the enemies, and at the same time we have to think about safety in the aspect of nuclear aspect. And I'm very grateful to all those who contribute to both aspects. And we are very thankful to Mayor Yuri Fomichom and to Slabutech community who contribute much, because these are people who work on Chernobyl NPP. These are true professionals. They are very much dedicated to the decommissioning of nuclear objects and the turning of a shelter object into safe object, and thus further develop the nuclear power plant. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your kind words to the organizers. And now I invite Olga Vasilevska-Smaglyuk, Member of Parliament. Ms. Smaglyuk is ready to speak. Glory to Ukraine. Dear participants of the conference, thank you for this invitation. First of all, I have to warn you that now there is a voting in the plenary room in the parliament, and that's why I won't stay alone with you, but nevertheless, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to join this conference, because I believe that it is very important that you manage to to invite and involve our international partners who contribute much effort to the safety and security of Ukrainian nuclear power sector. And it's very important that experts have this opportunity to share their opinions, their views. It is very important to ensure that nuclear power plants in Ukraine comply with the international norms, especially when we think about Zaporizhia. And in this context, we would like to encourage the EAIE leadership to act more decisively to encourage the occupants to create threats in the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. We also should keep in mind that many people were taken as prisoners of war in our nuclear plants, and they survive through torture, humiliation, humiliating treatment. Unfortunately, many people were even killed. And when the Russians occupy nuclear power objects, and this creates threats, not just because of military actions, but the threat of nuclear radiation. And I believe that we should keep bringing to the attention of international community that because of the war, there is a continuous threat, a nuclear threat in the occupied nuclear power plants, because the escalation of conflict around it may result in irreversible results. Also, I would like to draw attention that we should have a discussion which types of activities could be allowed for the decommissioned nuclear power plant like Chernobyl. And in this context, we have to develop the exclusive zone as a model, as a good example, a good experience of area which became subject to the nuclear disaster. For example, my children, my kids, they keep asking, what's now going on in Chernobyl NPP? Whether it is dangerous, whether it is not dangerous, how the environment could be restored. And I believe in this context, the school should play its role. It should step in and raise awareness among kids about peaceful atom, about nuclear power plants and their safety. I believe that we should Thank you for joining to. Thank you for joining to the resources of the conference. I would like to remind you that we have a stream on the conference platform, and that all the presentations and the resolution will become available. They will be posted on our website, INUDECO.com. Thank you for your attention. Thank you to all those who has been supporting our INUDECO community. And now it's my pleasure to invite to the microphone Mr. Mykola Tamenko, who is now today who is today with us here in Slavutage. Mr. Tamenko was the head of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Environmental Policy in the years 2014-2016. Now he's advisor to the head of the State Environmental Inspectorate. Mykola is Doctor of Political Science and Professor. It's my pleasure to see you here in Slavutage. Thank you. Thank you for invitation to Slavutage. Thank you for this online connection. For me, Slavutage is an often visited place. Thank you for the possibility to extend geography of our environmental projects. During meetings in the context of this conference, I will speak more on the environmental issues in my university. The environmental issues are the top priority, and we a year ago we raised the topic of environmental crimes committed by Russian Federation. And on September 1st, 2023, the European Parliament had approved a resolution about ecocide, and they qualified ecocide as a serious crime, grave crime, and this points out to the responsibility of the Russian Federation for committing this serious crime. And now it is very important that all the countries of the European Union have made ecocide a serious crime. This is needed for bringing the Russian Federation to responsibility for destroyal of life on our planet, plants, creatures, etc., ecosystems. And today, the State Environmental Inspectorate is continuously carries out the index of damage committed by Russian Federation to Ukrainian environment. As of now, we have received the total figure of 2,411 billion and some dozens of millions of hryvnia. that damage was caused to land, to soils. More than 60 billion of damage was committed to soil, and when leaders from the African world hope for Ukrainian provisions of food stuff, they should keep in mind that damaged soils and destroyed fertile lands won't be able to ensure stable food supplies to those African countries. Um, because of active mining, because of poisoning of our soils with multiple pollutants, because of the war, we are unable to produce agricultural food in big territories. Then forestry. Forestry was strongly damaged. 1 trillion and 200 million were losses were committed to our forests. And the Ministry of Environment and I myself, we believe that, of course, Chernobyl and nuclear safety, they are important, but let us keep in mind that many UNESCO programs allow us to protect our objects. They have special program on the preservation of cultural and environmental objects, and we managed to transfer a historical center of Odessa as an object on Kiev Lavra, Sofia in Saint Sophia in Kiev, and the central part of Lviv had become the objects of
Today, we have a unique opportunity to work actively, and that preserve, which is in another UNESCO program, should be included into the category protected by UNESCO. The same situation is with the park Sofiivka. Sofiivka is in the previous list, and one of the bombs was exploded in Sofiivka. Talking about Chernobyl, we have to think about it. We had an idea of the Ministry of Culture to submit the Chernobyl exclusion zone as the UNESCO object, but now the situation has changed. But nevertheless, I believe we can find the formula, especially in part that there's a lot of damage, not just at Chernobyl NPP, but a lot of damage in exclusion zone. We include one more financial information organization which will allow us to informationally and organizationally to be present. I read on the website of our agency that there was an international delegation visiting us, and I believe that Chernobyl exclusion zone should become the place where international delegations should go, so that they see what's happening there. When I saw the first assessment was they were talking about more than 61,000 of objects of state property being destroyed. And myself, as a person who is not from the government, I can tell you that I believe that EBRD and IAEA and other international entities, they were planning too long to finance the renovation of these places. It's great that we are starting that, but all the projects all the projects that we had, we have to resume them. There should be some position of principle as to that. And in the end, you know, the situation is not very easy. We are now discussing the possibility to reform the system of the government. And that's what concerns me. And I'm trying to convince everyone that the environmental component should be one of the important ones. Once we're talking about environment, ecology, it is very important to explain to the world, to use it and explain what could be the consequences of the war. And my advice to the leadership of the country is to do everything so that we don't have acting executives. The more acting executives we have, the more problems we have. The mentality is such that we need to have a professional and patriotic executive on a permanent basis. So I do hope that today the voice of the experts, of the scientists, researchers will help our authorities, international community, to actively get involved into implementation of both Ukrainian and international projects, because Chernobyl has always been the element of the presentation of Ukraine in the world. And we need to do everything so that when we are talking about war, we would always be talking about ecocide, about environmental problems, about Chernobyl. And the world should understand that besides financing channel to our armed forces and our heroes, it is very important to finance environmental projects. I wish you successful work and greetings from Slavutic again. I hope that we will make our victory closer. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Nicola Volodymyrovich, I would like to remind you that you were the participant of our first conference in Slavutic. That's a pleasure that you are supporting us, that you participate in our conferences. And I would like to say that according to the agenda of the conference, on the third day we'll have about 15 presentations on ecocide, and we are planning to have again the collection of all these presentations published in the end. So I invite everyone to join us during these working days of the conference. And now I am pleased to give the floor to our participant of the conference, the participant of all the events related to the conference, the person who loves Slavutic and who visited Slavutic last year. He was here last year, and our next presenter is Mr. David Corbett, the Director of the Joint Support Office of the European Commission's Nuclear Safety Program in Ukraine. Good afternoon, David. We will unmute your microphone.
Okay, thank you very much. And first, let me thank you for inviting me to say a few words at the opening of this 9th INUDECO conference. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, my name is Dave Corbett. I'm the director of the Joint Support Office of the European Commission for support to the management of the European Instrument for International Nuclear Safety Cooperation in Ukraine. As many of you are aware, the European Union has supported Ukraine and worked in partnership with Ukraine in the improvement of nuclear safety, nuclear and radiation safety, since now 1991. And the financial contribution from the European member states has been greater than 1.1 billion euros in that time. At no time since 1991 has the support and the support of other international donors been more important as it is right now. As we all know, the topic of this INUDECO conference is nuclear energy and the challenge of the war. And as we all know, these challenges are very real, in some cases very extreme. But if we continue to be as resilient as we've been over the last 2 years, and we continue to work together in overcoming those challenges, we will succeed in the face of the devil and his minions. Since the full-scale invasion February 22, Ukraine's nuclear sector has suffered significant impact from Russian aggression. Initially with the invasion, the occupation of the Chernobyl exclusion zone, the senseless killing of people, the taking of workers and security people as hostages for more than half a month, and in some cases longer, and placing the MPP and other facilities within the zone at a terrible risk of incidents, nuclear incidents, and potentially even accidents. Thankfully, however, the zone was deoccupied relatively swiftly, but not without the occupants first causing as much damage as to nuclear and radiation safety infrastructure as they were possible. On the, I think it was the 2nd of March, the Director General of the IEA outlined the 7 indispensable pillars of nuclear safety and security at a meeting with the IEA Board of Governors. This meeting was convened to address the safety and security and safeguards implications of the situation in Ukraine since the 24th of February. That was on the 2nd of March. By the 5th of March, the Russian Federation had broken most of those 7 pillars in one evening at Zaporozhye MPP. To date, Zap MPP has been occupied by the forces of the Russian Federation by 26 months, in which time the occupiers have repeatedly broken those 7 pillars and placed Europe's largest MPP at risk of nuclear accident. Other speakers have mentioned, and I'm sure others will continue to mention throughout the coming days, regarding the impact on the various facilities, institutes, universities that have been within the nuclear sector that have been and continue to be impacted by the war. Coming back to the zone for the moment, Chernobyl exclusion zone for a moment. The European Commission has been working with SAMES over the past 26 months, as well as other donors, international donors, through the Information Sharing Initiative, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, to ensure the recovery of nuclear and radiation safety within the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Through the ISI, the EC is working with the USA, Norway, UK, and Canada, and other donors in establishing improved environmental radiation monitoring, dosimetric control, re-establishment of safety-related equipment, vehicles, and other specialist equipment to support radiation safety, security, and safeguards on nuclear materials within the CHES and in Ukraine as a whole. Other projects include the supply of replacement urgently required laboratory equipment, personal dose meters, PPE, computers, other equipment such as the mobile laboratory that was initially provided and completely destroyed by the Russians, initially supplied by the European Union, completely destroyed by the Russians and a very much needed piece of equipment. One specific project that you may be not aware of and may be interested in is the design of a scientific laboratory for the Chernobyl city, which will form part of the scientific hub that's been under discussion now within this forum and others for a few years. And we are currently discussing the possibility with the State Agency for Exclusion Zone Management that the laboratory will house EcoCentre, CRUMI, and ISB MPP. Following a discussion yesterday I had with the European Commission in Brussels, I'm hopeful that we may even be able to construct that laboratory and equip it by the end of 2028. So you need to wish us a little bit of luck with that, and hopefully we can get somewhere in the next few months. For me, that's it for the moment. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish you to have a very successful conference, and Slava Ukraina.
Glory to heroes. Thank you, Dave. We are happy to see you. And again, I repeat, we are pleased that you join our events during the conference and before the conference. You joined us. And now I would like to give the floor to our next presenter. And this is Alexander Titarchuk, Technical Director, Chief Engineer of the Specialized Enterprise Chernobyl NPP. Alexander, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear, I can see. Dear participants of the conference, colleagues, on behalf of the team of Chernobyl NPP, I would like to welcome all the participants of the 9th International Conference of INUDECO. That's the third time that we have this meeting during the war times, and the third time the topic of our conference is related not just to nuclear energy, but to all the challenges caused by the full-scale war of Russian Federation against Ukraine. Starting from February 22, our company is working in conditions of the war. And this has the negative impact on all the directions of our activity. The terms of execution works were extended, especially when it comes to the processing of radioactive material waste, and all that would require some additional funding from the state, and we need to find ways to optimize the execution of tasks that we have. That is why international support is so important for us. We are trying to attract as many donors as possible to address all the problems and all the issues of our company. We thank the donors and the European Bank of EBRD as administrator of this account for signing the grant for the amount of €2 million. We will do a lot of work related to disassembly of some of the structures and reinforcing some elements in the machine hall. Also, there should be the goods and services provided and materials, as well as materials for safe operation of this object. Now we are working on grant agreement number 3, and we hope the donors will support us in that. I also would like to thank IAEA for organizing the missions of IAEA at Ukrainian nuclear power plants, including Chernobyl nuclear power plant. now there is the 26th mission working at Chernobyl and PP. These missions have a political importance and they provide all the necessary consultations to personnel. They conduct monitoring and they help us to get some assistance. Our main tasks for the nearest years will be to efficiently conserve the reactor units, to improve the system of radioactive waste and radioactive material management, and also to develop the strategy of managing the non-organized radioactive waste materials. We continue processing these materials at the plants, and we will continue our work with nuclear fuel spent management. And we are following the guarantees of IAEA as to storing them. Our company and our country are surviving through very difficult times. More than 150 persons from Chernobyl and PP are defending our country. We lost 11. Unfortunately, 23 are in prison still. And that is why we have to help the army and make the victory closer. Every meeting and this conference is our contribution to the victory, because we are attracting the world community's attention to the operation of nuclear facilities and to the fact that Russia ignores international legislation in the sphere of nuclear safety. Chernobyl and PP as a company that survived through the act of nuclear terrorism is ready to share our experience in resuming our activity and reinforcing the security of our unit. I would like to again greet the participants of the conference. I am sure that the work of the conference will be very interesting, and this will be another step towards the security and safety in the world. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Glory to heroes. We are in Ukraine. We are at home, and we are as much as we can, we help our defenders and will continue to do that. I would like to thank the organization committee of the conference for your support, and greetings to all the workers of Chernobyl and PP. And thank you a lot for working in such complicated circumstances. We are happy that you join us at this conference with interesting presentation, which will be made the next 2 days of the work of the conference. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Mr. Grigory Suprun, the director of the separate department Atom Remont Service of Energoatom. Grigory is here in Slabutich. That is the company in Slabutich. We are proud of this company, and we are happy to see the workers headed by the director here at the conference. Grigory Leonidovich, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to speak here. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to say that we are ready to listen to your presentations and to share our experience that we gained during these years in conditions of the full-scale aggression of Russian Federation. And we would share our experience during 2 years. We've been repairing making some repairs in a very concise time frame. And also our company is working on transporting the spent fuel from the acting and power units in Ukraine, VVR 1000. We managed last year to transport 14 containers, and this year we put additional 3 containers from Rivne and PP on our spent fuel storage facility. Also, we are working now in this facility. There are very experienced specialists working there. I would like to wish you all participants of the conference fruitful work, and I'm sure we will exchange our ideas, and this will help us to work towards the victory. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you for joining us, and I would like to remind our participants that the representatives of Energetom, of Atom Remote Service will participate with their presentations. Thank you for joining us. And today, the person who's with us here there are problems with the sound, the technical team, someone hasn't muted the microphone. And now I would like to invite Volodymyr Davydchenko, because Volodymyr Petrovich is here. We need to get ready. Volodymyr Petrovich Davydchenko is the member of the Kyiv Regional Council, head of the Public Council for the Development of Slobodych. He was the mayor of Slobodych for several terms. He's the doctor of economy, professor. Volodymyr Petrovich, we invite you to take the floor. You are the permanent participant of our conference. Thank you. Thank you. Greetings to all participants of the conference. This is a very important event, and we've been having it for several years. That is the action plan for the future. And I'm sorry for those who had to be with us, but unfortunately, because of some reasons, they are not. There should be some reasons. And this is a problem. But first of all, I would like to address the organization committee. And we need to work on the resolution so that it is ready by the last day of the conference so that we can adopt it. And also, we need to work on the recommendations. The first, second, third, like in the formula of our president, there should be 10 items as to what should be done to make the whole system of shelter environmentally safe. But it will not be possible to make it stable and safe until we remove the cause of all that. And this cause is under the shelter. There are some fuel materials which are to be removed from there, they are to be buried, and then we will be able to make the system environmentally safe. And it would be important to have the draft resolution and to have draft recommendations. Also, would like to draw your attention to the fact that all this work, everything that needs to be done is done by very specific people. In the center, there's a great team of Chernobyl NPP, several generations. A lot has been done, we know that. But now they are in a very difficult situation, and in the recommendations and in the resolution, we need to draw attention of our civil servants to that. We are moving from trench war in Chernobyl and PP to active actions, as the director said. And that is why we need to remember that these people are not just to be funded, taking into account the tasks that they have to execute. We are lagging behind, but we are to take into account what needs to be done. Our discussion shouldn't be just theoretical or scientific, that's great, but it should become practical, and we should have some practical results so that at the 10th conference we can talk about these results. That is why these things are so important, and I would like us to draw attention to that. And also, these people have been living in this city which was built for them. Certain conditions were created, and we need to do a lot to maintain same conditions now.
And the last but not least is to support the work of state inspection, and in my opinion, we should create the state coalition. The state coalition dedicated to the greening of the whole system of Chernobyl, to the clean status. That is, we should create the coalition of all the agencies united at the national level and acting in one direction to create clean and safe, environmentally safe area around Chernobyl. And this is needed to accumulate funds, to unite funds, and to bring maybe international donors. I'm very grateful to all those who decided to join this conference, and this is our contribution to the future victory of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Fomicho. We thank you for your suggestions. The organization committee has opened access to the resolution. The resolution draft is posted in Google document. You may contribute to the formulation of this document. I like your idea about the 10 steps, and suggest the action in 10 steps. I have comments in the chat. The parliament has immediately passed the upgraded and updated state program as to Chernobyl. nuclear power plant, and this is a good idea. I think we should bring up all those ideas together in one document, then we will review it and then we will post it as a joint decision of those institutions that are involved in in this conference. Deputy Minister has informed us that he has been working with the German colleagues at the meeting, and as of now, he is not available. But we still hope that he will join to us later. I also have received a comment from the Committee of Environmental Policy of Верховна Rada. And they continue their work now. They participate in our conference passively. Unfortunately, they are unable to speak today, but they follow up what we are doing. And we have our INUDECO community, which is international community, and we have brought together many practitioners. Arina, you are quite right. The Deputy Minister has shown that the degree of priority was not joining to us, and we have to reflect this in our resolution. And also, we have to point out to the need of restructuring in the government that was announced by the president already, and people see that the existent system of governance is inefficient, and the Chernobyl NPP should be brought together under the auspice of the Ministry of Energy, and in order for us to be able to bring the system into safe condition, the system, environmental system around Chernobyl NPP. Thank you. I do not see any further comments in the chat. Dear friends, we have a possibility to read your comments, and I encourage you to use this venue. According to our agenda, we had to have one more participant from Germany, Mr. Norbert Molitor, but we are ahead of our schedule a bit. That's why his word will be a bit later. While now I'm pleased to give the floor to Ms. Natalia Kushnareva, wife of a prisoner of war and defender of Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Will you please turn on Ms. Natalia's sound? Dear participants, I'm very grateful to the organizers for this opportunity to join and to participate in your event. I would be happy to present my research work to you today. But instead of doing that, I have more important issues like working for the health and safety of our family members who remain in the Russian imprisonment for more than 190 days. I would like to thank to the defenders of Ukraine who prevented the tragedy from happening. All those defenders of nuclear power plant, they acted without any precaution. They with the only desire to defend the people from the threat. And for dozens of years, Ukraine had been dealing with this safety issues in the Chernobyl and PP, and with the occupation, we had experienced new threats. And since I'm a wife of the prisoner of war, I would like to address to you on behalf of all the family members of the prisoners of war who defended the nuclear Chernobyl nuclear power plant in course of before occupation and in course of occupation. It was the first time when nuclear power plant was occupied. That happened contra to all the international documents and in line with all the safety documents, protection of nuclear object is carried out by the special military units, the National Guards units, and the soldiers, the officers of those units, they have no right to leave the object under any conditions. And that's why officers from Unit 341 of the National Guards, they made everything possible to prevent the risk for the nuclear power plant and ensured safety of nuclear objects in line with the EAIA standards. At the same time, the Russian Federation has ignored all the international standards and in particular Convention on Nuclear Safety, which was passed by the international nuclear bodies and WHO. They also ignored Geneva Convention prohibiting any combat activities in the territory of nuclear objects, and they had occupied the nuclear object, which put the whole Europe under the threat and the whole world under the threat of nuclear explosion. Actually, soldiers have used it as a military base. They have mined the premises. They had damaged the premises and buildings. They moved along the territory with heavy military equipment and disturbed the soil surface. Every kid in Ukraine, every school student knows how dangerous Chernobyl zone is, and how dangerous exclusive zone is, and how important it is to ensure safety. But on on March 9, the power supply to Chernobyl was cut off, and the cooling system was cut off, and that created specifically dangerous conditions. Similar situation is happening now in Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and this puts the whole humanity under danger. My husband stayed in imprisonment up to the end of March, and they had received critical amount of radiation, and then they were transported to Bryansko Oblast, then to Tula region, then to Mordovia. Not taking into account considerable deterioration of their health condition, and now the aggressor country continues to keep all those servicemen in imprisonment in terrible conditions. They are kept in the jails of especially severe regime, and without any change into the regime of those facilities. And unfortunately, all that influences very negatively on the health of servicemen, and that resulted into terrible consequences for their health. All that happened additionally to the econ side, and thousands of lives of people were sacrificed because of that ecocide. And today, 103 Ukrainian servicemen, defenders of Chernobyl and PP, they remain in Russian imprisonment with a considerably bad health care. Those who were returned, they had shown a lot of injuries, results of torture, which resulted in a lot of broken bones in the lost sight, lost teeth, and lost weight. Those who came back a year ago, they now have been restored. Why my husband and our family members, they remain in that imprisonment for 790 days now. And we observe a considerable deterioration of in the health of thyroid gland, blood condition, etc. They have a lot of cardiovascular diseases, digestion system diseases, and despite all those health issues, the Russian Federation do not bring them back to Ukraine. We applied to the healthcare institutions and received from them an opinion that all the prisoners of war who became subject to the nuclear radiation, they had to be brought back to Ukraine to be treated in special medical institutions. We applied to many healthcare international institutions, to the government, to the Ombudsman of Verkhovna Rada, to the Ministry of Defense, to the intelligence agency, etc. We applied to the International Committee of Red Cross, but we never saw positive solutions from them. We also applied to the special representative of UN, Ms. Jill Edwards, to international organizations. From April 2022, we organized hundreds of meetings and consultations. We attended Vienna, not with the main purpose to meet main representative on prisoners of war. We also met with the representatives of the Ministry of Energy, Energatom. At the international level, we met with international diplomats, with the UN Secretariat, with the Secretariat of EAIA, and with the representatives from OSCE on human rights. We visited Vienna to attend the OSCE headquarters, and doing all that, we pointed out to the terrible situation of the prisoners of war who became subject to the nuclear irradiation in Chernobyl because of the radiation and nuclear emissions, and which were imprisoned, then tortured, and we try to liberate our family members and to bring to responsibility the Russian Federation. And every day we pray for exchange of prisoners and for our dear ones to be brought to us. Our small children, they want to see their dads. Some mothers of past having not seen their fathers. And, many small kids cannot understand why their fathers cannot call them. We even have newborns who haven't seen their fathers. Recently, a daughter of one of our imprisoned servicemen died at the court, and now her body will be brought to buried here. We all understand that the situation in human lives, with human lives, is very difficult, and this only emphasizes that we have to act together in order to liberate the prisoners of war. We have to speak at the international level and point out how Russian Federation violates Geneva Convention, and how they torture and servicemen, prisoners of war, and how they act, deteriorating their health condition. I encourage you to use your every possible diplomatic effort to bring our family members to us. Only in result of our joint work, we will be able to resolve this problem. We have to work and rescue the defenders of Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and that all depends on us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for your strong words, and we wish you to to witness that happy moment when your family members will come back to you. And we all hope that that terrible conditions in which the prisoners of war remain today, that terrible conditions should become known to many people around the world. And today, among participants of this conference, we have representatives from 10 countries, and we will use all our international contacts to raise awareness of people abroad about terrible, terrible reality, the conditions in which our prisoners of war are kept. I would like to support you, and I believe that on behalf of our conference and on behalf of our international partners, we should make this general statement, and this should be done separately by the conference and by our international partners. Yes, Natalia, you have heard the comment from our mayor, and as I can see in chat, our participants of the conference, they support you very much. And when preparing this conference, we discussed an option that we will film, record all these presentations today dedicated to the situation with our prisoners of war, and later we will post them to attract attention of all those people of goodwill who and to raise awareness of these people. And I would like to assure all the participants who have made their presentations in the morning and who will speak later. Later at our platform, we will show all your videos, all your presentations on our website. As of now, you have access on our website to the last year conference, and it is possible to review your presentation to find something interesting, and the same will be done this year. I would like to use this opportunity as a moderator to inform you that those participants who were unable to get connected by now, they will be shifted to the second part of our conference, second session today after lunch. I believe that Mr. Lavrenov, who is moderator of the second panel today, which will start after lunch, he won't oppose this this new changed agenda. And now finalizing our first first session, I would like to remind you about possibilities for your charity contributions. The organizers have made the decision that all your contributions which you made during the conference. They will be spent. They will be spent on charity, on humanitarian needs. In the past, we used to use them for organizational purposes. Now we use them for charity. And in this context, we have Foundation ČS charity, Chernobyl nuclear power plant charity. Here contributions are accepted in hryvnia. You can go to LeakPay and contribute from 1 hryvnia up to 200 hryvnia, or any amount which you would like to give to charity. The only kind request, please, in the purpose of payment, please write down only one word: INUDECO. INUDECO means that you contribute to the charity. Our charity includes reconstruction of Slavutich City Hospital into rehabilitation center, human clinic. You can find detailed description of this future project, of this current project, on our website. And after the victory, we will develop this project more actively. As of now, we encourage all the participants to find report on the last year contributions, and also the report about how those money were spent. Mainly that money was spent on procurement of rehabilitation equipment. Also, we had re-equipped the premises to be more accessible for people with special needs. We had launched new mini project informational page of the rehabilitation center in the internet, and the neighboring communities and our community which use the services of our rehabilitation hospital, they are happy with this new website, and all that become possible due to your contributions. We are very grateful to our American partners, to German partners, and to you for your individual contributions. Once we received an individual contribution of 4,000 euros from Austria. This was made by our fellow city mates who now live in Austria. Also, our second humanitarian project to which we want to raise money is reconstruction of a shelter for young sportsmen who have their trainings in the children's sports facility. This shelter will be available for the residents of the neighboring region, and we wanted to make comfortable conditions in that shelter for children, to make it better ventilated, better protecting, etc. This is a strategic object which will be used by children and adults. But by the way, this shelter is being used by young sportsmen who arrive to Slavutic for participation in sports events, and it is very important to have such shelter. And another account which we will find on our website for charity is offered for payments in dollars and currency. We are very grateful to our American friends who take care about creatures in the Chernobyl zone. This is Clean Future Fund, and they do much to protect creatures, and we will be happy to listen to Jennifer, who will describe the activities of the foundation. She will make a presentation in the third day and describe the work of Clean Futures Fund. In the third day of our conference, Jennifer will describe their work, their contribution, and while I encourage you to go to the website of Clean Futures Fund and to buy a merch from that fund, and thus to contribute to the rescue of creatures. If you want to make donation to our charity, specifically, you again can write down INUDECO in the assignment of your charity contribution, and that will mean that it will go directly to the purposes of work in our area. And all the reports, financial reports, they are available on our website. Thus, we are finalizing the work of our first session today. We are grateful to you for participation, for discussion. It was very interesting to follow up our discussion both in chat and online. Now I am pleased to announce a break. Mr. Lavrenov, Danilo Lavrenov, will you please make a short announcement of what we will have in the second session, which will start at 2:30 p.m. Kiev time. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At 2:30 p.m., we will start our second session, which is dedicated to very topical issue: nuclear threat to Ukraine and the world, the consequences of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant's occupation. This was a great threat for Ukraine, and we are going to have very interesting speakers, the very interesting presentations, and in the course of that panel, we will have Mr. Dmitro Verbitsky, Acting General Director, Branch of Separate Subdivision, Zaporizhzhia NPP. Then we will have Ms. Natalia Rybalka, Director of the Department on Safety of Radiation Technologies, and Mr. Viktor Lapchenko from Atom Remont Service, who will describe the dry storage of spent nuclear fuel at Zaporizhia NPP. He will analyze the risks, the risk analysis of NPP during occupations. With this, I encourage you to get connected at 2:30 p.m. Kiev time. We will have a possibility to discuss the issues with the Zaporizhia NPP staff. So see you online at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. And I would like to remind you that the same link remains active for the whole 3 days of the conference.
We will continue the work of our conference, but I will not remind you of technical details. I would like just to remind you that you can use chat to address the technical team or to ask some questions. Danilo, the floor is yours. And the technical team, please unmute. Yes, I am unmuted. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First, I would like to request our technical team to provide some advice for our speakers who will speak in English so that they select the correct channel for speaking. Maybe somewhat later, maybe our technical team will tell and comment how to do that. I would appreciate it. Because as I know, Natalia Rybalka will be speaking in English so that the simultaneous interpretation goes well. I can help here. I can provide consultation because I did it on a technical, during the technical test. You will have the simultaneous translation during the event. When you join the computer, you will see the information, available translation above the icon in the form of globe. From my computer, I see it as 3 dots. When I push these 3 dots, press them, then I see translation, I press translation, and then I see 2 channels, English and Ukrainian. And for all speakers, the presenters select the language in which they will be making presentation. If you're making presentation in English, select English. If you're making it in Ukrainian, select Ukrainian. For the listeners, select the language in which you want to hear the presentation. If you want to hear it in English, select English channel. If you want to hear it in English, select English. You will hear the original sound as well. And if you want to hear if you have any problems, you do not understand how to use this function, please raise the hand and we will help you individually. Thank you, Arina. Thank you for technical advice so that everything goes without any problem. Then, dear colleagues, I suggest we start our international panel today. I would like to remind you that the topic of it is nuclear threat for Ukraine and world in the result of the occupation of Zaporizhia NPP. I would like to thank all our speakers who participate in this panel. And I would like to mention how important the panel on the topic is. And that is absolutely obvious. The huge problem for Ukrainian nuclear energy sector, for world community, and in general for the project of development of nuclear energy sector, that is the occupation of Zaporizhia. Before I give the floor to our speakers, I would like, on behalf of our Ukrainian nuclear society, as a co-organizer of the conference and participant, I would like to say a couple of words as well. Our society has also suffered a lot from occupation of the Parisian NPP before the beginning of the war. At the Parisian NPP, we had one of the biggest separate units of our society. We had about 800 members there. And unfortunately, after the occupation, the activity of it was reduced. Many people moved to the territory of Ukraine under the control of Ukraine. Many people got employment there, but nevertheless, even for our NGO, the losses from the consequences of the occupation are huge. Talking about this situation of the Parisian NPP, I'm sure that Dmytro Verbitsky will tell us a lot. He's the director of the Parisian NPP. He will tell about what's happening there. But before, I would like to say a few words about the general situation. First of all, as of now, that's the 25th month of the occupation of the plant. It's occupied by so-called specialists of Rosatom. The situation around the Parisian NPP is very, very complicated. We are talking about that every day. The occupants continue to militarize the plant. They continue artillery shellings. The explosions at the plant at the site are registered all the time. That's the information from the experts of IAEA. The Russians are trying to blame Ukraine on that, but that is basically a permanent threat of committing some acts of terrorism. And there's a probability of some accidents at the plant. We may have a nuclear disaster with very dangerous consequences. It's clear that the general situation of the Parisian NPP is very, very complicated, very stressed. All the regulations are violated by the Russian Federation. And the main thing I would like to underscore from the moment of the commissioning of the first units of the Parisian NPP and up to the moment of its occupation in March of 22, the Parisian NPP wasn't just one of the biggest sources for environmentally clean energy, but it was of no threat for Ukraine or for the rest of the world. I would like to emphasize it. That was absolutely safe, efficient nuclear plant, which was an example for Ukrainian energy sector and for many of our foreign colleagues who are also operating different types and different design of nuclear power plants now because of the ambitions, spherical ambitions of the aggressor. The Zaporizhian NPP is one of the biggest threats, and the occupation by Russia of the NPP is the only reason why we have this threat. We can make a very simple conclusion. When there's no occupation, there will be no threat. So we, as the nuclear society, and most of the international organizations emphasize that the only way to guarantee that there's no nuclear disaster for the world is to complete demilitarization of the plant and returning it to the Ukrainian control and supervision. Any other decision would make this situation, this dangerous situation, permanent. And this panel is one more instrument that we have to remind our international colleagues, to remind our colleagues and partners in Ukraine and that the situation at the plant is very, very complicated, and we need to put all the effort supporting, or with the support of all the international partners and organizations, to succeed in the occupation of the plant and in returning it under Ukrainian control, at the expense of strengthening the role of the IAEA and UN. We need to demine it, we need to assess the equipment and everything there, but this would be possible only after Russian occupational forces are withdrawn from the territory of Zaporizhzhia NPP. If we have some participants who are from different countries with us, and I'm sure we have such participants, and they're interested in the situation at the NPP, and we have experts who understand very well what's happening at the Parisian NPP, and they know about the risks. So I believe that our guests shouldn't have an illusion about the situation at the Parisian NPP. And then we would like them to help us to return the Parisian NPP into the safe situation. I would like to give the floor to our first presenter, Mr. Dmytro Verbitsky, who's the acting General Director of Branch of Separate Subdivision Zaporizhzhia NPP, and he will be talking about the current state of Zaporizhzhia NPP after 2 years of criminal occupation by Russian Federation, steps of restoration of nuclear and radiation safety after the deoccupation of the power plant. I will help Dmytro, and I will open the presentation. I will share it, sorry. I'm sharing the presentation. Hope you see it. Can you see it? Yes, we do. We'll try to share it to make it full screen. 1 second. Yes, now you can see it, right? Yes, everything's fine. Yes, I coped with them. Dmytro, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you. Please unmute your mic, or our technical team, please unmute the mic of Mr. Verbitsky. Now can you hear? Yes, we do. Thank you, Danilo. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. This is the information about the current status of the Parisian NPP, the risks and threats for the plant, and steps to restore nuclear and radiation safety of the NPP after deoccupation. At night from the 3rd of the 4th of March, Russian military occupied the Parisian NPP, and since then the plant is under occupation. According to the IAEA report, the situation in Ukraine is unprecedented. For the first time, an armed conflict is taking place on the territory of a large nuclear facility. The Russian attack at the Parisian NPP is the first case when they're operating NPP is under the direct threat, military threat. That's for the first time when the staff was ensuring a nuclear and radiation safety of the Parisian NPP under the threat, with the threat. This is the information about the current status of the Parisian NPP. reactor units of all 6 power installations of all 6 power units are in a cold shutdown state. On the 13th of April, the heating season in Nargadar finished. Today, the station receives power from 2 power supply lines out of 10. Only Dniprovska, 750 kilovolt, and Feroslavna 1, 330 kilovolt, are in operation, but the needs for the Zaporizhzhia NTP are about 40 megawatt, despite very difficult situation in energy sector, despite the fact that Russia is trying to completely ruin the thermal energy sector. Ukraine continues to provide own electricity and to the Zaporizhzhia NTP from the beginning of occupation. Because of actions of the occupants, the Zaporizhzhia NTP survived through 8 complete blackouts. And the plant was switching to operation of the generators, special generators, and the radiation security depended on the operation of these diesel generators, but these diesel generators are not maintained for more than 2 years. And the radiation and nuclear safety depend on the maintenance and repairs of these generators. Reading about permanent shellings of the right bank of Dnipro by occupants, we can say that we are 2 steps away from another blackout, and how the diesel generators will behave, difficult to tell. Now, a few words about the staff of Zaporizhzhia NPP. Basically, the number of people working there as of now is approximately 10,600 people. That includes workers who are located in Nargadar, 5,400 approximately, or 51%. The workers who left Nargadar, about 5,180, or 49% out of them. Those who went to Ukrainian control territory, about 2,000, and about 3,500, and those who went abroad, about 1,500. Out of those who stay in Nargadar, almost 49% signed contract with Rosatom. The occupation administration, headed by representatives of Rosatom, from the 1st of February, prohibited to enter the plant to our Ukrainian workers. The leadership and executives of Energatom are putting all their efforts to preserve the necessary standard of qualifications of the staff of Zaporizhzhia NPP, those who are outside the Nargadar because of the occupation by the Russian military. Especially it's true about the specialists whose training is to be licensed. Those who have licenses for operating the nuclear reactor, and the training and the maintenance of qualification is done in the branch of South Ukrainian NPP, VPR, RES, and Khmelnytskyi NPP, Rovinsk NPP and Khmelnytskyi NPP. The number of licensed personnel on the territory under control of Ukraine is 116 persons, including the head of the shift of the unit, 43, the leading engineer, 35 persons, and leading engineer on operating the reactor, 35 persons. The critical lack or shortage of licensed Ukrainian operators, and also bringing Russian workers to Zaporizhzhia NPP, creates additional risks for safe management by the nuclear power unit, talking about more threats for our Zaporizhia NPP, risk for it. I would like to talk about the quality of the repair of the main equipment of power units of the plant. And I will talk more, I will tell more about the volumes of the repair which haven't been done for unit number 1 and the unit number 1. And there was the number of outstanding overhauls of the equipment of the reactor compartment is more than 75% of the total amount of safety critical systems equipment. The technical certification of steam generators hasn't been done. Also, there was no monitoring done in the pipeline. There was no repair of GETS 2 and GETS 3, also of the pumps. There was no overhaul of 2 systems of security. Also, there's no monitoring of all the diesel generators. The number of all the overhauls of equipment of the reactor compartment is 75% of the total amount of safety critical systems equipment. The information on other units, power unit number 2, the number of overhauls of the main equipment is 90% of the total amount of safety critical systems equipment. Power unit number 3, the number of outstanding overhauls of the main equipment of the reactor compartment is 75% of the total amount of safety critical systems equipment. The power units number 4 and number 5, the number of outstanding overhauls is 75% for each one, and 75% of the total amount of equipment. Unit number 6, the number of overhauls of the main equipment of the reactor compartment is 70% of the total amount of safety critical systems equipment. And for safe operation of the units of nuclear PP is the timely overhaul and repairs of the equipment. If the term of operation of equipment is not extended, if all the technical maintenance and overhaul are not done, that leads to increase of the risks by many times. That concerns diesel generators. If they fail to operate, then any event could turn into disaster. And the countries of Europe could suffer, in this case, from radiation impact. Despite all that, we all believe in our armed forces of Ukraine. We believe that the deoccupation of Zaporizhia NPP is something which will happen, maybe not in the nearest future, but it will happen in any case. And because of that, and also to execute the order of Держатом Regulatory Authority, the working group of Energatom was set up. This working group developed the concept of conducting the inspections at the site and activity there. And that was approved by the president of Energatom. This concept provides for creation of the commission on checking the situation at the NPP. Also, there's a schedule of such inspections. First, and the Zaporizhia NPP is to be taken by the National Guard of Ukraine, is to be guarded by the National Guard of Ukraine. Also, the inspections and restoring of the operation is to be conducted. Also, the organization of the restoring of operational radiation control is to be organized. Then the commission will make the general assessment of the Parisian NPP, the structured systems and elements of energy of power units and the buildings located at Zaporizhia NPP are to be assessed. Also the places for storage of nuclear spent fuel and of nuclear waste storage facilities. This assessment was done by the visual assessment and also one of the most important directions of the inspection is the inspection in order to clarify the current status of the structures and elements as to whether they correspond to the design requirements and whether they can execute the all the functions. The commission should produce the report in the result of every inspection. And also the organizational and technical measures are to be developed to remove any problems. Such measures are to be approved by a nuclear regulatory authority. That's all. I thank you for attention. Thank you, Dmitro, for your presentation. As we can see, the situation at the Zaporizhia NPP from the point of view of the equipment and the repairs is very, very complicated. Let's listen to other presentations and then we'll proceed with the Q&A session if our participants are not against that. So that is why I would like to request to give the floor to Natalia Rybalko, the director of the Department of on the Safety of Radiation Safety. Natalia, are you with us?
I saw Natalia among the participants. I would kindly ask our technical team to let Natalia to speak. Perhaps Natalia has some issues. Well, while Natalia is still preparing, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Lapchenko. We are connecting Victor. Okay, let us give the floor to Mr. Lapchenko from the branch of Energatom. His presentation is dedicated to Zaporizhia dry spent fuel storage facility, risk analysis during occupation. I would like to remind you that he dealt with these issues before occupation, while after occupation he was then transferred to to another NPP. Victor, please correct me if I'm wrong. Good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome everybody at this conference. Metro Ivanovich, I would like to thank you for your presentation. While I would like to describe the dry spent fuel storage facility and describe the risks incurred by this storage facility during occupation. I'd like to start with a note that I worked in the Parisian NPP dealing with the dry spent fuel storage facility. Now I work for the atom remote service in the area of nuclear safety, nuclear facility safety. Thank you. You have heard my topic, risk analysis of the spent fuel storage facility safety during occupation. I would like to remind you that the dry spent fuel storage facility is located on the area actually of the Parisian NPP and is considered to be actually a nuclear installation. That's why we look at it as at the nuclear unit actually. Here is the loading zone and here we have the zone of the spent fuel storage zone. Then we have the ventilation container and then the storage area actually. Transportation zone represents the series of containers which arrive from the loading area. Excuse me, please. We will optimize our presentation mode. please give permission to INUDECO to share your presentation for the audience. Yes, now you have this access to the presentation to share it. Unfortunately, we cannot share the presentation. We have two INUDECO computers and allow both of them to share your presentation. You can see now your presentation. I have to apologize for this delay. I will continue. Now we are looking at the loading area. The loading area, the capacity is at the level of the 380 ventilation units. No sound. No sound. Loading area design capacity is at the level of 380 ventilation containers for storage. Currently, before the occupation, we had 173 containers, which is 4,143 of the worm assembly units, 153 roads, and 518 thermal elements. And actually, all that is installed in the ventilation container, which is altogether the biological protector, and all that structure as a whole is called the ventilated container for storage. We carry out radiation control, thermal control of these storage containers. Then we inspect the surface of the containers, carry out the technical certification and IEAA stamping is done. Then we do the dosimetry control, then dose capacity or gamma emission strength measuring, radiation control, radioactive contamination of underground waters is controlled, and atmospheric precipitations at the loading area also are under control. Control over containers is done via measuring difference between temperatures at the entry and at the exit. That is done with the distance temperature measuring equipment. Then we inspect the wholeness of mesh on the ventilations, and then we inspect ventilation channels of containers on the integrity, whether they have any signs of surface damage or not. Then we carry out technical inspection, technical review. All that operations are regulated by the state nuclear inspection agency. That procedure, which is prescribed, it allows us to certify that the safety is guaranteed. All that is done in line with the rules of EAIA documentation and in compliance with the non-proliferation nuclear non-proliferation agreement. Unfortunately, because of the occupation, all those checks and control over the nuclear spent fuel and control over nuclear units is absolutely lost. So we cannot ensure compliance with the EIA rules. Currently now I'm speaking about risks. Because of combat activity, there is a risk to the loading area and the risk of the neighboring areas. Also, in our research, we analyzed the impact and risks which may occur in result of the airplane crash or targeting with a shell or wreckage from aircraft, etc. Unfortunately, as of now, we have no information about the integrity of the spent fuel storage. We have no information about radiological control results in the area. We do not have any information about the thrusts of the nuclear thrusts. We do not have any information about impact of the spent fuel storage on the environment. Unfortunately, we expect to lose any information about all the fuel loads into the nuclear power units, any information about the hermeticity of the containers, and no information about radiation control equipment, distance control equipment, and the possibility to change it or bring new one, substitute it, because there is now Russian personnel working in the station. We do in the power plant. We do not know which rules do they implement, how their training is carried out, how retraining is being done, and what norms do they have as to the maintenance of all those areas. Because of the military aggression, we found ourselves unable to control our spent fuel storage. Thank you, Victor, for your presentation. Thank you for the provided information. As I mentioned earlier, I suggest to have all the presentations first, and then we will have our Q&A session. I have gotten information that Miss Natalia Rybalka is connected now, and Natalia will present us the regulatory challenges in the times of war. Thank you, dear colleagues. Can you see presentation now, dear colleagues? Yes, we are able to see my presentation is dedicated primarily to the regulatory challenges. Main challenges to the regulatory system, which arise because of the patient.
And now, now is hearing English? Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't know about this function, so. But I don't think it's, if somebody missing something, it's not a lot. I just tell about the activization of our communication and informational efforts for the beginning of the war, and our very active communication with Atomic Energy Agency and constant communication with their response officers, and providing daily information on nuclear safety and security on their platforms. And we established permanent active communication with European Commission, HERCA, VENRA, and SREC, regulatory authorities of Ukraine partners countries, and other organizations. As a result, a number of resolutions and statements of extraordinary meetings were distributed on official websites of this organization supporting Ukraine. In general, the war consequences, I try to summarize for myself, and maybe you also could have the same ideas. The military aggression against Ukraine, deliberate military actions towards Ukrainian nuclear installations include occupational nuclear facilities, their site and control territories, murder, capture, imprison of security guards on NPPs and NPP staff, aggressive pressure and threats of the NPP operational staff, preserving their access or to working places. Occupation on NPP satellite towns, threats and pressure on the families member of NPP staff, which is still ongoing right now in Energodar city. Destruction by weapons or disabling of nuclear installations, auxiliary buildings, safety-related equipment, and radiation monitoring system. Unauthorized presence at Ukrainian nuclear facilities of country aggressors' representatives from Russian nuclear utilities such as Rosatom, Rosatomnadzor, and Kombats. Stealing of the safety-related equipment, technical means, vehicles, personal protective equipment, etc. Broken logistical chains for staff rotation and supply of equipment, spares, materials, medical, necessary for operation and maintenance of nuclear installations. Damage of the electric power transmission lines and communication channels. Dramatically increase the emergency occurrence in the situation when the adequate emergency response is impossible due to the damaged infrastructure and limitation of access of the emergency staff. Place heavy military equipment and weapons on the nuclear sites and turn over nuclear sites into the military base. Increase threats and risks. Foresee that radiation sources remain damaged, orphaned, or lost on the territories which, due to the military invasion, became out of Ukrainian control and can receive significant damages. There is no experience in the world of safe operation of nuclear installations in the context of large-scale war, as well as there is no experience of nuclear regulations in the context of large-scale war and in the post-war period. SNREU has taken unprecedented measures, actions, and put a lot of efforts to continue effective regulatory activity to ensure support and restore nuclear and radiation safety. The main regulatory measures which we faced for example, for Zaporizhia NPP, which was occupied since 4th March till now. First of all, Zaporizhia Nuclear Safety Inspectorate was temporarily put on hold till inspector staff removed to the safe places. Duties of inspectorate in the beginning of the invasion have been assigned to the headquarters in Kiev office and at the beginning of occupation. Then this Zaporizhzhia nuclear safety inspection work was restored at December 2022 in remote mode. Transition from direct on-site inspections to regulatory supervision through analysis of existing information is provided. For license limitation measures were the following. For the beginning, units 1-2 operational licenses were limited to the cold shutdown state due to the placement of Russian Federation the heavy military vehicles and weapons on the premises of these units. Then operation of units 3, 4, 5, 6 was restricted alternately to the shutdown mode. For the units 3 and 4 to the cold shutdown mode and to units 5, 6 to the hot shutdown mode. Then dry spent fuel storage facility operational license was limited due to the unauthorized configuration change of the facility design committed by Russians. Finally, for current situation, Zaporizhzhia NPP operational license were limited to the cold state due to the lack of personnel, degradation of equipment, and Kakhovka disaster. Since the September 2022, the International Atomic Energy Agency permanent mission to Zaporizhzhia NPP was engaged by Ukraine and continues their work with regular rotations. For April 2024, the 9th rotation of the mission is working at Zaporizhzhia NPP. SNRU, Ministry of Energy, and legal Ukrainian Zaporizhzhia NPP management of NAEK Energoatom continue regular communication with this mission. The several International Atomic Energy Agency resolutions of Board of Governors and General Conference, which stated calls for the urgent withdrawal of all unauthorized military and other unauthorized personnel from Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia NPP, and for the plant to be immediately returned to the full control of the competent Ukrainian authorities, consistent with the existing license issued by State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine, scot-free violated by occupants. For other operated NPPs, since January 2023, the permanent EIR support and assistance missions to Rivne, South Ukraine, and Khmelnytsky NPP were engaged by Ukraine and continue their work with regular rotations. For April 2024, the 23rd rotation of this mission is working at each NPP. SNRU, at its local inspections on the NPP sites, continue regular communication with these missions. Now I would more detailed stop on the consequences of occupation of Chernobyl exclusion zone, which were occupied from the 24th February to 21st March 2024. The consequences of this occupation appeared no safe access roads for staff of the facilities due to the destroyed bridges, roads, remaining mines of the territory. Broken logistical roads for delivery necessary for safe operation of the facilities' equipment, spare parts, materials, as well as medicals, other products of life support. Specialized vehicles has been stolen or destroyed. Equipment of dosimetry, radiation control, and environment monitoring has been damaged or stolen. Computer, office, and server equipment databases were destroyed, disabled, or stolen. Offices, living houses, and hostels for staff in Chernobyl town were damaged, fouled, spoiled. The unique Central Analytical Laboratory of Radioactive Waste Characterization provided by the European Commission was completely destroyed, equipment was broken or looted. Occupation of exclusion zone has significant safety influence. The enterprises provided their activities in this territory cannot ensure fulfillment of safety and security regulations in licensing conditions due to the lack of sufficiency of qualified operated and emergency staff, equipment, spares, materials. And they were not able to ensure the safety level of facilities and physical protection, to implement the radiation dosimetry control and environmental monitoring on the facilities and site in their specified volumes, to conduct accounting and control of radioactive waste and radiation sources, to provide adequate emergency response. In these circumstances, based on the analysis of information received from licensees, state inspection concluded on licensees' inability to fully fulfill the license conditions, requirements of the norms of rules, and so that they were made a decision to terminate a number of licensing for the enterprises within the exclusion zone, including the decommissioning of Chernobyl NPP, the activity for the radioactive waste management facilities, including use safe confinement, and the enterprises using the radioactive sources. It was noted that the loss of capacity did not occur due to the fault of the licensees, but due to the force majeure circumstances and consequences caused by the occupation and seizure of the territory of the exclusion zone by the Russian military formations. Several international atomic energy missions for Chernobyl NPP and exclusion zone were engaged by Ukraine and took place straight after the occupations. Since January 2023, the permanent EIR support and assistance mission was engaged and continues their work with regular rotations, and up to now the 25th rotation is working in Chernobyl NPP, and the licensee, Chernobyl NPP, SNRU, and local inspection continue regular communications with this mission. SNRU, with the support of the Norwegian Agency of Radiation and Nuclear Safety, developed the specified regulations for restoring nuclear and radiation safety for facilities in exclusion zone, which were temporarily occupied. So we developed the recommended approach to state regulation of safety of nuclear and radiation facility located in this territory, which was affected by hostilities. And then we developed recommendations for licensees, which called recommended procedure for restoring level of safety of nuclear and radiation facilities located in Chernobyl exclusion zone, which was affected by the hostilities. We put in force these recommendation documents by the resolution of SNRU board. So here it's quite detailed, but I would not stop details the recommendations of this document. Just while considering the ability of licensees to provide the activity, we consider the fulfillment of safety principles, general provisions, relevant safety requirements, procedures for licensing, state supervision procedures. And the recommended procedure for licensing includes checking out and assessment of presence and conditions of spent fuel, radioactive waste, radiation sources, other radioactive materials on the sites, management system functioning and staffing sufficiency, safety status and operability of facilities, systems, equipment, sufficiency of radiation and dosimetry control and monitoring, security status of facilities and materials, identification of safety deficiencies, and safety assessment of these safety deficiencies. Of course, all relevant inspections and measures are implemented after elimination of military risk. According to this recommendation, from April to August 2022, the licensee restored the compliance with the safety requirements. They provided, first of all, they excluded military risks, the control of the absence of explosive devices within the object, facilities, and sites, and then step by step, they restoring operational capacity of the systems, equipment, check compliance of the inventory of wastes and sources, control availability of documentation and databases, solving the logistical issues of staff of equipment delivery to the extent it's possible, switching to shift work methods, restoring the emergency preparedness system. In August 2022, the regulatory authority made a decision to restore the licenses suspended in April with the conditions to perform further checks based on the recommended procedures. So within this recovery, the licensees continue checks assessment in accordance with this recommendation and provided us with the results of this checkout and which we were considered with involvement of European Commission international projects. Now I will switch a bit to the items which cover the safety of radioactive sources. As you know, there are a lot of radiation sources in Ukraine in use, which is registered in the state register and are used by the licensees. Escalation of the military actions led to the loss of regulatory control over certain regions of Ukraine and poses new challenges to the nuclear and radiation safety system. Significantly increased threats and risks for sealed radiation sources remain damaged, orphaned, or lost on the territories which, due to the military invasion, became out of control and can receive significant damages. The part of the territories of Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Kharkiv, and Sumy regions become under occupation by the armed forces. State regulatory control was lost over the 12 entities which used about 250 radioactive sources of categories 1 to 3. A few examples of real consequences of hostilities and occupation for the safety of sealed sources. National scientific, first of all, it was a building in the of National Scientific Central Institute of Meteorology, located in the Liptsy village of Kharkiv region. This building appeared in the front line of the military actions and was occupied from the 24th on February to September 2022. As a result, the building had broken windows, interior doors, partially damaged roof, lack of electricity, flooded and underground level floors. In these circumstances, the licensee was not able to ensure proper and effective physical protection of radioactive sources. There are overall more than 400 sealed radiation sources in this building, including 31 radiation sources of first to the third category and 2 X-ray facilities. Currently, there are continuous military threats in this place, and it is on the permanent shielding, which makes impossible any recovery, safety, and security measures. despite there was a special program developed and we consider them as measures, they can't be implemented in these circumstances. Consequences also were very heavy of hostilities and occupation for healthcare institutions. 2,087 healthcare institutions under different forms of ownership are licensed for radioactive source use in Ukraine. Significant destruction of medical entities, buildings, and equipment have been caused by the hostilities. Since the beginning of military invasion, big amount of radiological equipment have been damaged, dismantled, and stolen. Here on the slide, you could see the several examples of damages and stolen of equipment from the healthcare institutions in Izum town and Kakhovka town. And also the situation in Regional Oncology Center in Kharkiv, where the two cellular radiation sources of first category is located. The loss of significant amount of medical radiological equipment on occupied territories become one of the consequences of hostilities and occupation for healthcare institutions. Damages or destruction of hostilities, buildings, and equipment in the zone of hostilities, needs to remove medical equipment and radiation sources in case of evacuation of medical entities from occupied or frontline territories to safer regions, which lead to changing the safety, security conditions of carrying out activities associated with radiation sources use. Medical institutions located in the deoccupied territories have to resume their activities. Moreover, the removal, evacuation of big amount of population to more safe regions, central and western regions of Ukraine, who needs medical care and special treatment of patients sick with COVID, for example, and tuberculosis, they needed a lot of medical equipment. Dramatically increasing amount of wounded militaries, injured civilians, and affected population who needed medical care. Agency of qualified and effective medical care of militaries and civilians needs put into operation a highly technological diagnostics and therapeutic radiation equipment and facilities with due radiation protection of medical staff and patients. Medical institutions evacuated from occupied or frontline territories to safer territories require change in the conditions of carrying out activities associated with radioactive sources use, which necessitate conducting relevant radiation safety reviews and expertise. As a result, amount of relevant regulatory radiation safety reviews and expertise licensing decisions has significantly increased. By the way, activities on the use of radiation sources have been licensed all this time of the war in full scope. In these circumstances, the priority measures of regulatory authorities in terms of dealing with radioactive sources are permanent monitoring of the situation in the warfare area, gather information on safety status of radiation sources located in the warfare area and on territories out of control of the Ukrainian authorities. SNREU state supervision over entities provided by review of the licensees' reports and analysis of information. In July 2023, the International Atomic Energy Agency support and assistance missions on the safety and security of radioactive sources in Ukraine was invited by Ukraine and took place. A little bit about specificity of transportation under martial law. Before February 2024, Ukraine carried out transportation of the radioactive materials by road, rail, water, air. With the beginning of the war, the air and sea connections were lost. Logistics of radioactive cargo was significantly complicated and changed. Under these circumstances, we take into account the risks caused by the military activity, particularly in the specific regions, the needs of facilities, activities, medical treatment functioning, so that we can't stop the transportation of radiation materials. And has been taken the regulatory decision for each specified transportation case by case, based on optimization principle, considering the potential risk assessment for particular transportation, times frames, territory, itinerary. SNRU provides continuous advisory support to applicants and licensees for transportation, safety and security. So there were security measures for each transportation also taken out. And as a result, the strategical and vital transportations are carried out on time, safely, in accordance with the requirement established by the regulations. Hospitals received radiopharmaceutical and radiation sources. Nuclear power plants receive fuel. Organizations and enterprises get rid of accumulated radioactive waste and spent fuel. During 2024 and 2023, near 100 permits were issued for the international transportation of radioactive materials, including the supply of nuclear fuel to ensure a safe operation of nuclear facilities in Ukraine. Conclusions for recovery and support. Currently, and for the near future, the major challenges for Ukraine is overcome the consequences of the full-scale Russian invasion and military actions towards the Ukrainian nuclear installations. SNRU has taken unprecedented measures, actions, and put a lot of efforts to continue effective regulatory activity to ensure support and restore nuclear and radiation safety. Wide and comprehensive cooperation with the international partners on the safety and security of nuclear installations in Ukraine is of utmost importance. SNRU, as a regulatory authority, coordinates the technical assistance and cooperation of competent Ukrainian authorities and entities within the International Atomic Energy Agency, European Commission, United Nations, G7, and SREG, VENRA, INRA, etc., as well as widest bilateral cooperation. Thank you very much for your information, for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia, for your presentation. Very detailed. There's a lot of information. And now we can switch to Q&A session. Because the time for our panel is over, there are several questions in chat, and maybe some also have some questions. If you want to ask questions to our presenters, please raise your hand. While our participants are thinking about questions, I would like to mention what questions, to read the questions in the chat. The first one is from Andriy Tavin. And that's probably the question to Mr. Verbitsky. In condition of drying the Kakhovka reservoir, does the Energoatom consider the construction of special installations for cooling the circulation water of Zaporizhzhia NPP so that the plant could function?
Будь ласка, включіть мікрофон.
Please turn on the mic for Mr. Verbitsky.
Пане Дмитро, вас, я прошу вибачення, вас поки не чути.
Dmitro, we don't hear you. Please.
Так,
Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you for your question. Now, what situation is now at the Zaporizhzhia NPP with the cooling pond? The level goes down of water. Approximately every day it goes down 1 centimeter. The water and they have drilled 11 wells. And the water, for the water which ensures the operation of the safety systems, there's enough water for cooling the pumps and the safety systems, and for further cooling of the nuclear fuel. As to Kakhovka reservoir, and the environmental specialists and different ministers are working on that. That's mostly about restoring Kakhovka dam, which was ruined. Now we haven't considered yet the construction of new cooling facilities. We have one more question from Yaroslav Rajila, and the question is, we do not understand who's now responsible for the Zaporizhzhia NPP. Does the IAEA still believe that Ukraine is to be responsible? Maybe Natalia will answer this question. Now, at the Zaporizhzhia NPP, the operation of this facility is conducted without any responsibility. I'm surprised to hear this question. It's clear that now Ukraine is not responsible. So that's clear. Can we expect that occupants will be responsible? Even though I'm not in nuclear safety, I'm more working with sources and waste, but to expect that the occupant will be responsible at this site, maybe there's no sense in expecting that. May I ask the question, please? Yes. I believe that, please introduce yourself, Victor Shenderovich. I believe that it's not so easy because no occupant will be responsible, but unfortunately, I believe outside in the world, the state of Ukraine is responsible for the safety of Zaporizhzhia NPP. As far as I understand, there's no other approaches. It looks strange, but I believe legally we are in a legal dead end. Maybe I'm mistaken, but the responsibility is with our state. Dear colleagues, maybe some who could provide comment. I would like to mention that the responsibility should be with the criminal, not the victim. Ukraine cannot be responsible for this facility. Ukraine's doing everything as part of cooperation with this permanent monitoring mission. But the information which they receive cannot be considered to be objective or complete because they lack resources to cover all the issues and they depend fully on the occupant, on the will of the occupant to allow them to stay on this territory. And that is why we cannot believe that this only source of information is the complete one. From the moral point of view, you are right, and all of us understand it similarly. But I would like to say that I'm talking about the legal side. As far as I know, Ukraine, as a state, unfortunately, has never stated that it's not responsible for Zaporizhia NPP. I have never heard it.
Ну, это вопрос, конечно, тонкий и, так сказать, юридический.
But
но
of
раз-
course, this is very sensitive issue and it is very much connected with the legislative issues. May I add something? Can you hear me? Vladislav Ruzhila, this was my question. I represent the Public Council from State Nuclear Regulatory Agency, and a similar question we had when Crimea was occupied. So now we have Rosatom staff who works on the NPP, and if spent fuel, for example, disappears from the nuclear power plant, who will be brought to responsibility then, or something else, some nuclear fuel sources or nuclear material sources, if they disappear from the territory of NPP, who will be brought to responsibility? Whether it will be IAEA who should be responsible. It won't be IAEA because IAEA is not responsible for anything. Dear colleagues, perhaps I will try to introduce some clarity to this discussion. To what response we may expect to get if something happens, if some accident happens in the Zaporizhia. Neither Energatom nor state regulation agency, they have absolutely no physical access to this nuclear object. At the same time, up to the full deoccupation of Zaporizhia, Ukraine would insist that NPP, Zaporizhia NPP remains in ship, and there is a collision between the legal ownership of NPP and the physical capacity to ensure safety. Of course, this is Ukrainian NPP and the whole global community understand that, but this nuclear object is being occupied by criminals, and of course we try to put right questions, but on the other hand, what answers you expect to hear? Because we all understand the situation as I presented it a minute ago. I'm Verbitsky. I would like to add to this discussion. I fully agree with Natalia that we are unable to control even the radiation at the NPP area, because our sensors are located 10 kilometers away from Zaporizhia NPP area. I do not think we should say this publicly. In my opinion, any nuclear emission which may happen any moment, the responsibility for it should be put on the Russian Federation.
Дякую, дякую, колеги. Можливо, ще будуть якісь
Thank you,
запитання?
dear colleagues. Maybe there are further questions,
Тоді,
comments.
я хочу щиро подякувати
Oh,
нашим
well, in
учасникам
this
сьогоднішньої
case, I would
панелі.
like to thank to the
Дуже
participants of
дякую вам,
today's
Дмитро
panel.
Іванович, що
Thank
долучилися
you,
і
Dmitro
розібрали,
Ivanovich.
розібралися
Thank you
теж
for
на
joining.
ситуацію
Thank
нової
you for
субстанції перших.
telling us a lot
Хотілося
about
також
what's
подякувати
going on
пані
in
Наталії і пану
Zaporizhia
Владу
NPP.
за
I'm very
ваші,
grateful to
скажімо,
Natalia, to
висловлення.
Victor for your
Наостанок,
meaningful presentations. And
модератор сьогоднішньої панелі
as a moderator of this panel,
Українського ядерного товариства, в тому числі
and the representative of Ukrainian Nuclear Society, I would like to wish
атомних об'єктів
all those who are involved in the operation and exploitation of nuclear objects, and in particular to Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. I wish you to be able to come back to direct work on the territory of Zaporizhia NPP and be able to start revival of this nuclear power plant and to remove that huge amount of problems which exist in relation to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. We impatiently wait for the occupation of NPP from the Russian occupants, and we strongly believe that Ukraine will prevail. Thank you for the participation in discussion, and we immediately shifted to the next item of our agenda, which is dedicated to the safety and resilience challenges of the energy sector in the times of war. This is actually a continuation of this very panel, and it's honor for me to moderate this section too. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Maxim Shevchuk, Deputy Head of the State Agency of Ukraine on Exclusion Zone Management. His presentation is as follows: progress in the exclusion zone restoration after the occupation and prospects for implementation of international cooperation projects such as Chernobyl and PP site. Good afternoon. I hope you can see me. We can hear you. We can see you. Thank you for inviting me. I believe today we have very interesting discussions, very interesting presentations. Yes, we are now trying to share your presentation. This will take a couple of moments to show you. This is actually a review. It is slightly related to what we discussed last year, and partially it is connected to the revival of the exclusive zone objects after occupation, and also it includes our joint plans with our international partners as to the further projects. Alexandra, we have a problem. Yes, we eventually managed to show it. Perhaps it is possible to show the whole slide.
На другий слайд, будь ласка. Так, ми пройдемось по проектам, які
Let's look at the second slide. We will look at the projects which are being implemented, approved, and at the ongoing projects. Our immediate partner is Commission, US Department of Energy, representatives of Norway, UK, Japan, Poland, Sweden, and other countries. And immediately upon the occupation, we started to get a lot of assistance from them. One of the first projects was provision with the radiation and dosimetric control for the personnel work in the area. Then we had installed the control monitors with the assistance of US Department of Energy. These were mobile portable monitors. Perhaps you have heard that the laboratory was robbed, and laboratory of radioactive waste. Together with the Eurocommission, this laboratory is now being restored, recovered up to 40%, and actually the work continues. Also, we had received individual dosimetric control of military personnel and for the personnel of Chernobyl and PP. That dosimetric control was very important for our personnel and for the military.
Ми забезпечили
Also,
ще в 20
we back in 2022, together with our Ukrainian partners, we had reviewed the automated radiation monitoring system. Also, we installed gamma tracer sensors, testing with the help of US Department of Energy. We had installed additional radiation and ecological monitoring was resumed, and additional spectrometers and dosimeters with the assistance of IAA. And currently you see these spectrometers and dosimeters which allow more vehicles to cross the checkpoints. And
центру.
you
Наступний слайд, будь ласка.
you see the happy employee
Наступний слайд, будь
equipped
ласка.
now with a dosimeter, radiometer, search spectrometers, etc. Here you see all sorts of gamma tracers and verification of correctness of data transfer from gamma tracer. Also, we received personal dosimeters and carried out enhancements of physical protection system on vector complex, physical protection system on CFSS. Item number 12 is very important. There's 18B item. This is about dosimetric system of Chernobyl exclusive zone and radiation monitoring at Vector and Buryakivka. As it was planned before, project which helps to recover and restore radiological control became a joint project of Eurocommission, USA, UK, Norway, and Canada. And I believe that next year we'll be able to finalize this huge 18-month long project. Then we reestablished that we continue to receive specialized vehicles for the work with the radioactive waste transportation vehicles, spectrometers, manipulation equipment, etc. Our purpose is to create new conditions for communication about the exclusive zone. As of now, we had created a new radio communication system, which will be with physical protection. And we have 30% implemented another project dedicated high-speed fiber optic communication line to the exclusive zone. This will be reliable, high-speed connection with actually duplication and securing different channels for connection of the most important objects. As of now, we continue our work on producing and supplying container for long-term storing transparent source, which was removed in 2021 in Institute of Geochemistry. Also, we were provided with Starlink satellite redundant communication system for vector complex. And I would, in this context, thank to the regulator for their effort in this area. And the last but not least, we are at the final stage of implementing autonomous electricity supply for physical protection of complex vector complex. On this slide, you can see that optofiber lines coming from Ivankovo, which is the nearest point where it is possible to connect that fiber optic internet line to Ukrainian providers. And thus, we will connect to the internet the entire territory of exclusive zone. And our dreams, but I think they will come to reality, is to be able and finally connect this line from Ivankovo to Chernobyl to the general Ukrainian network. Here, once again, you see what is now done in the area of produced and supplied specialized vehicle for radioactive waste transportation. These are average load vehicles. This was done to substitute those vehicles which were procured in the past from aggressor country. Now we will have modernized vehicles from other countries, and they will be more relevant in our situation. Here I will speak very briefly for the first grant contract signed with the EBRD for supplies of firefighting equipment, vehicles, tractors, trailers, etc. We are slowly moving forward in this project. Last year, we started. Actually, we continued our work on integrated automated system of radiological monitoring nationwide system. This was done together with the EDB Centrum, and we believe this is very important work, and we hope that all our expertise in the exclusive zone will contribute to the quality of this project, and it will be implemented very quickly. Also, we had started a project on monitoring of ground waters. That was done to restore what was lost, what was lost because of occupation. Also, we had coordinated with the Euro Commission revival of equipment for office work and for different measurements. Here you see chief engineer of Chernobyl, who pointed out a cooperation with the BRD. The framework agreement was signed by the Minister of Environmental Protection. Now that agreement has to be submitted to the Parliament of Ukraine, which has to ratify the agreement. Ratification, we will be able to invite more donors to allocate money for this account. That will allow us to work more productively. we have already signed grant agreement between EBRD and the Chernobyl NPP,
демонтажу нестабільних конструкцій.
which will allow us dismantle unstable structures, will allow us to review the machine hole, or will allow us to procure necessary vehicles for Chernobyl NPP. I mean buses, trucks, and even garbage transporter, and there will be vehicle transportation of containers from Slavutich to the exclusive zone. Next slide, please.
Тобто, взагалі, я хочу відмітити ЧАЕС, що
In general, I would like to
ну,
say
змінилася
that during the last
позиція і якість
year,
роботи з міжнародними партнерами.
our work with the international partners has changed radically, and upon conclusion, upon signing the second grant agreement, we are now at the stage of drafting the third one, and ISF-1 was installed, and now we work on vacuum evaporation unit to reduce the amount of radioactively contaminated water stored at the GNPP industrial site, and processing of the water generated during decommissioning. I believe that this is very promising sign. And the last but not least is better accommodation for the staff and the improvement of living conditions in the exclusive for personnel working on a shift basis. We did this together with our colleagues from IAEA, our Norwegian partners, the UK partners. Now we have an idea how to do this project. We plan to build up two housing buildings for 500 members of personnel, and that will create comfortable conditions for their stay in the exclusive zone. I hope that in future many other our objects will apply the same accommodation standards for the personnel. And what else I wanted to say, that we have projects up to 35-40 million euros. This is a huge funding, and this is a huge work. And doing that, we found understanding among our international partners. They trust us while we trust them. Together, we will make Ukraine more safe, and will be able to carry out the tasks which were put on us by the state. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions. Maxim, thank you. I can see now some questions to Maxim, but I still would like to suggest that first we will have all the presentations first, and then we will have Q&A session. Now we have Mr. Norbert Molitor with us. I suggest you to invite Mr. Molitor to presentation. I'm happy to invite Mr. Norbert Molitor to the microphone. And also I can see that our colleagues from Fukushima has joined us, but Mr. Molitor was unable to join us before lunch, so we were very pleased to give him the floor.
Дякую, thank you. Hello to everyone. Yeah, quite busy days, I think, also for you as well as for me. I will not make many words. I am happy to join the INUDECO again this year and look forward also to listen to different presentations. I was a little bit rare in the last periods for Slavutic, although I have done quite a lot of things together with the ISP and also others, because I was the co-chair of an OECD group at the OECD NEA, the expert group for robotics and remote system. And we worked together with the ISP. We invited Maxim Savelyev as an observer to our group, as Ukraine has become observer of the OECD NEA. There will be a separate presentation, so I will not talk too much about that. I'm happy to be just with you and see that despite the difficult times, there is progress and there's work and motivation to do that. And I am also happy to see colleagues from Fukushima, Mark, who is also there. It's a while. So I think together, if we are joining efforts, we can overcome all the challenges which are our day-to-day surviving business, as if I can tell so. I hope to be more available for direct works again in the near future, but I am of course always with you in my thoughts and also in my actions. Thank you. And I give the floor back to the conference organizers.
Дякуємо. І вже багато років поспіль ви також підтримуєте.
Thank you. You have been supporting our conference for many years. You participate in this always. We thank you. All the organizers, thank you. Now let's continue with our agenda. The next one, the representatives of Fukushima University, Mark Железняк, Maxim Gusiev, and they will be talking about an overview of the two most discussed risks of increasing environmental radioactivity in 2023. The topic is very interesting. Good night. Greetings from Fukushima. Give me the right to share the screen and I will put my presentation. Yes, you got all the rights now. Thank you. Let's launch it. We'll be speaking as a duet. We have Maxim Gusiev, also Ukrainian part of the team. And what about subsoil waters, Maxim will be talking about that. Maxim worked in the United States, New Zealand, Japan, and now he joined our team. First of all, there are two these two big issues to discuss for 15 minutes is a big challenge. But what we would like to say, the two very important examples which we see, and that's how the situation around the discharge of waters to the ocean from Fukushima plant. And we will consider some scientific results, what could be the lesson from Fukushima event. It's very difficult how to give knowledge to the population. There are plenty of myths, Chernobyl myths, Fukushima myths, and it's difficult to overcome them. And that's why we combine these two issues into one. I will give the floor to Maxim. We cannot hear now. Sorry. The sound is too low. We cannot hear. The interpreters cannot hear. The interpreters cannot hear. The interpretation is important. I'm sorry. Yeah, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Now it's fine. Good. So this is the photograph of Fukushima plant after the accident. Again, the sound is lost. The sound is lost. The sound is lost. The sound is lost. The interpreters cannot hear. The interpreters cannot hear. Sorry. And the interpretation is impossible because we cannot hear.
Колеги, все одно мушу сказати, перервати
Да.
вас.
I have to interrupt you. We cannot hear you.
Отак говорите, дуже гарно вас чути.
When you are talking like that, we can hear you very well. Okay, then again, I will repeat it. One of the big problems was cooling down of nuclear fuel and damaged the reactors, and the water used for cooling down was mixed with subsoil waters, underground waters, and it would increase the radioactive waste. I will switch to sometimes to English. And to the right, we can see this liquid radiation waste. That is specially designed facilities for storing this water. Then and there was something used to reduce this volume down to 150 cubic meters per second. And now you can see this photograph, which was made last year. There was a big question what to do with this water. And this water was processed. And now it's discharged into the ocean. Also, there were several models made, and all these models were using the underground waters. Again, I will not talk about details. That's an example of these walls from metal and how the water was pumped out. The sound disappears from time to time, I'm sorry. And a lot has been done to reduce this flow of underground water. And the water in these tanks, we had a special system which would remove nuclei, and there was a membrane system that's a steam that damaged reactor cooling. The water was going through the process, through treatment process, then part of it would go to cooling. The groundwater, the groundwater flow was increased, and that water would go to the plant, and now it's discharged to the ocean. The plan of discharge started last year, and it happened every two, 3 times every year. This water, the sound gets disappeared again. And this is the water. We show it in a scheme that's discharged into the ocean. Thank you. Sorry for my English. I will continue because I'm working with the surface waters, and I use such a comparison. The difference is very simple. We can drink pure spirits and pure alcohol, and we can drink beer. What we do, we add water so that these levels, what's discharged is lower than the control level. And if we compare with what was discharged or released, here you see it's what went into the atmosphere, and you see what went to the surface, and 15 pettabecquerel as atmospheric deposition was got into the North Pacific Ocean, and 360 were direct discharge to the ocean. That was at the expense due to the filtration. And now in the ocean, in the north part of Pacific Ocean, there are 18 pettabecquerel of radioactivity. Out of them, a little part is marine sediments. As to the role of the science, when Maxim mentioned that there were 3 groups of tanks, you see the tritium and the concentration. Each group, you see big numbers of tritium, but there are gradual releases, and there 1,500 becquerel per liter are released. Even for that level of tritium, which goes into the potable water, it's 60 becquerel per liter. Practically no one drinks seawater, but now we have concentrations which are 40 times lower than in the potable water and drinking water. And it's again to compare, that's a table which shows what's discharged by the Fukushima plant. That's a total discharge plant via Alps system, and you can compare with what is discharged by one French reactor. 87, it's one Chinese power plant, which is near the ocean, Korean Kore power plant. So you can see what's discharged by Canadians, and by France, La Hague. You all know about the concern that the world community has, but one of the best places for resting is the Côte d'Azur de France, but so much tritium is discharged into the waters there, which is dozen times higher than what Fukushima is discharging. But we see the example when the real situation and what and what people understand are different things. Of course, there were some mathematical calculations made before the discharge. There was the Sumuna doctor who made a model which was tested, and it was shown that even at the distance of 2-3 kilometers away from the plant, very close to the plant, the concentration will be 0.11 becquerel per liter. This is a huge difference, but these were calculations made, and the discharge started in 2023, and there was the possibility to check how correct are these calculations. Here, there's the link to online resource where every person can see the tritium in rainwater, 7 becquerel per liter, and in seawater, 20 becquerel per liter, and that's standard for drinking water and what's discharged. And you can see the periods of discharge online. There's monitoring, and like in Chernobyl zone, there are online data on discharges, but you see in most cases that's concentration less than 7. And we have a paradox. On one hand, nothing is happening, but there is a political pressure from other countries that, there is a big pressure in the world on Japan. And you see that in China, there's a prohibition to use the seafood, and in other countries of this region, in Korea, our city Fukushima was the object for terrorism, and many were calling from, they were calling by phone and were demanding to stop the discharge. And even today, there are many people who are under the influence of this myth. I was trying to analyze it, having the experience from Chernobyl, knowing Chernobyl myth, and as a Chernobyl liquidator, I have the right to say that the Chernobyl accident, that's the biggest problem for Ukraine. That's another topic I can talk about that. But these myths led to the situation that people believe that any dose of radiation is lethal, and people don't want to eat or drink anything, despite the fact what's happening in reality. And I will ask the question to the audience: how many people suffered from radiation impact of Fukushima accident? How many died? How many got the disease? You know that no one suffered. There was an explosion of 3 reactors, but the understanding that the nuclear reactor is not a nuclear bomb, but that is what the public doesn't know, and we are not doing it. That leads to additional stress for the population. And talking about Singapore, which is afraid of Fukushima radiation, Americans, here are calculations. My colleagues from Kiev Institute, Samadilic, and his students, Roman Bernard and Brovchenko, you see the circulation was discharged from Fukushima, and the cycle of circulation is very long. It takes 3 years to get the United States coast and to get to Singapore. some water gets there to southern Asia during 3 years, some during 15 years. Now let's look at our situation, which you know very well. That's the situation at the. These are the rules of safety rules. These are the photographs of how the area around the plant looks like Zaporizhzhia. You know that our Kiev group was working, developing the model of examining the consequences of the disaster. And we developed the water block of Rhodos system, which was installed in Ukraine. And the system was installed in the center in the exclusion zone, but it was damaged by Russian terrorists. And now we're in contact with the chief designer, and we want to restore the system. We are moving step by step to beginning of this work. Now there are several systems of that level in the world. Rhodos, VTD, Japanese Argus, and another. These systems forecast based on the weather forecast, what goes, what's in the soil, what are the rainfalls, and in winter we saw, you remember what was happening in Kiev, around Kiev, winter of 22, in winter of 23, and we all were trying to set up the parallel center, which operates in Japan as well, and we calculate every day the consequences of accident at Zaporizhzhia and PP. We take the weather forecast in Ukraine, and then we include the scenario, we analyze the scenario where we can go, and that's for South Ukrainian, for Zaporizhzhian people, what may happen today, if today there is a disaster. And you can see some of the calculations. That's the first period after the beginning of the war, but I have 12 calculations. Every day we make these calculations and we send them to some officials in Ukraine. And there is a possibility to compare what's in Gidromet Center and what's in the center of Rivne. Rivne PP is the center for Energoatom. They make their own calculations, but as IT specialists say, the waste in and the waste out. The weather forecast is very important. You need to have a very good weather forecast. We can compare the Japanese and German and our forecast. And also it's important what scenario we use, because first the system worked for scenarios of VVR reactors, and that was for operating reactors. Here you see beautiful pictures. We can cover Russian territory. But now these publications show when the discharge from Zaporizhzhia and PP covers the whole of Europe. And some say that if there is a disaster at Fukushima, then at Zaporizhzhia, then the exclusion zone will not be 30 kilometers, but much larger. Here you see the red color, and it looks like it means death for everyone. The sound is disappearing. They say, does it impact? They were measuring even the of Fukushima disaster. And the question is for all of us, what do we want to achieve? Do we want our population to be absolutely stressed that now there are bombs exploding, but there will be a nuclear disaster as well? Why Russia needs Zaporizhzhia NPP? It's a threat to Europe. They demonstrate to Europe. But European average citizen doesn't care who throws bombs at Zaporizhzhia NPP, Ukraine or Russia. They want it to be stopped. And I don't have an answer to this question. What's better, to scare by global catastrophe or to give better results? It's better if we, researchers, give assessments. And the politicians who exaggerate, I don't know whether they do the right thing. Because for Russians, exaggeration of the threat from Zaporizhzhia is the main leverage. And I don't have more time, and these are our comparisons, but we need to find consensus. I mean, the experts, what to talk about, what to publish. Now we understand there's no 60 units are off. All units are in cool shutdown. We need to get ready because every day of calculations allow us to see if anything happens, where it will go. But we need to talk and to decide of how to present these results. I don't know if anyone talks about 600 kilometers exclusion zone after Zaporizhzhia NPP. I'm not sure that such people are doing something good. Thank you for your presentation, colleagues. Yes, there are many issues which are similar in Japan and in Ukraine. I personally can say when I had an opportunity to visit Japan and I visited several nuclear facilities, that was many years ago. They demonstrated the research of the food product, which the products which are around the territory of Fukushima, and it was less than 10%, 10 cents per cent, and that was a serious argument for the population that refused to buy these products when some research was conducted. They were not just populist statements made. The situation was the opposite to what was published by mass media. I was impressed as well because I was receiving a lot of information from mass media, and the information there was absolutely opposite. Thank you, colleagues. Now, the next presentation. Mr. Novikov raised the hand. Okay. Yes, if you have a question, Alexander Novikov. Can you hear? Yeah. Greetings, Mr. Железняк. Glad to see you again. But my question is, tritium, I believe, is quite a fashionable question. But My question is as to discharge into the ocean. I worked at Fukushima after the accident and I saw all these containers. There were many of them. And they were constructing the unit for processing water, and they were constructing the wall with ice, just like we were making the wall in the ground, but they were making it from ice. But the question is, how many transurans are in this discharge? We'll show you the slide. You can see the slide. K4G1, J1. 1 second. You see, there are 3 groups. It's divided into 3 groups. The tanks are divided into 3 groups, and there are tritium is a big number, but you're right. There are the radionuclides. They group 30 nuclides. K4J1, there's the sum of the ratios. They compare other radionuclides with the norms existing in Japan, and we see that each one of these groups, other nuclides are from 0.12 to 0.28% of maximum allowed. We managed during these years, we managed to clean this water so that other nuclides, they have the concentration lower than 30%. But in tanks, it's much less. And the monitoring, and that's not just for tritium, it's for other nuclides. And also they are following the fish, but they examining the fish, but everything's supervised. And I didn't show how much was discharged. What was discharged the first years after the accident was much higher than what's discharged now. And again, I would like to tell you about surface level. It's not for you, you know that, but for others.
Дивіться, Чорнобильська, Фукусімська аварія дуже різні. Чорнобильська аварія – це брудна бомба.
Chernobyl and Fukushima disasters were different, very much different. Chernobyl was like a dirty bomb. It exploded, and like all the a pan with pasta which exploded, and all the pasta was all around. While Fukushima emitted into the water. That's why we cannot see strontium in the water, because in Chernobyl, strontium came with vapors, with hot vapors, while in Fukushima, it emitted into water a bit of steam, and that's why the disasters are very much different in terms of pollutions into environment and in terms of elements which emitted. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do we have further questions as to this presentation? Well, we agreed to ask questions at the very end of session, but it was a big interest. Mark and Maxim, we are very grateful to you for your presentations. And now we have Mr. Tom Scott from Bristol University from the UK. And And his topic is as follows: Project Titan Training Initiative for Technical Assessment to nuclear sites in Ukraine. Tom, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Just to check, you can hear me okay, please?
Так, чуємо вас дуже добре і презентацію бачимо.
Brilliant.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see you, we can hear you. Thank you perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to talk for the next 15 minutes about Project Titan. Project Titan is a training initiative for technical assessment of nuclear sites in Ukraine, but really what it is a training mission that's funded by the UK government to provide training and methodologies for responding to any sort of nuclear accident or nuclear incident. And as we've heard in the talk before, where we saw the plume modeling, obviously what we don't want is a nuclear incident to happen, but also it's really important that that countries, including Ukraine and the UK, are prepared in case an accident or an incident should happen. So Project Titan is a sort of joint initiative between the UK and Ukraine, and this is important support from the UK to the Ukraine with regard to the current situation of the Russian invasion. Project Titan is funded by the UK Government Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. So this is a civil part of the government. So our training course is regarded as being a civil nuclear initiative. So it doesn't directly relate to the military support or the defence support that the UK is providing. And in terms of the delivery of the course and the construction of the course, that has been delivered by my team at the University of Bristol. The University of Bristol is one of the top 2 universities in the UK for nuclear research. And my own team specialises in nuclear materials detection and robotics. And my field team has been deployed all over the world to look at nuclear sites and nuclear situations, including, of course, working with CHNPP, working with ISNP, Maxim Simulariev, SWAZEM and other organizations in Ukraine, as well as through the JSO with Dave Corbett to do characterization of facilities in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and also at PCHP down in Kamiansk. A lot of my work in Ukraine was obviously done before the invasion. And of course, now we are trying very much to continue to help our colleagues in Ukraine by providing remote assistance and also to provide this training through Project Titan. Assisting the University of Bristol in this endeavour is also an organisation called GNSP. This is a nuclear security consultancy which specialises in nuclear security and risk. And as part of Project Titan, GNSP have been providing situational awareness training, because in the case of Ukraine, often not only might there be the hazard of high radiation, there can also be the hazards of unexploded ordnance, landmines, cluster munitions and things like that, which for a scientist like myself, I probably only think about the radiation hazard. And actually, it's important to think about all of the hazards that could be encountered after an incident, of course. So Zaporizhzhia would be the obvious case in kind, when Ukrainian experts managed to get in to provide an independent assessment after the Russian occupation. There may be radiological hazards, but there may also be other hazards which could be far more dangerous for people. So Project Titan, in terms of its aim, is around training Ukrainian nuclear specialists in the detailed characterization of materials in relation to tracking and locating nuclear materials, but essentially to map radiological hazard, and to do that quickly and to do that safely. And in training Ukrainian specialists in our methodologies and our technologies, obviously what that builds is resilience for the Ukrainian government. And obviously this is very, very important in the context of the invasion. So Project Titan has already delivered its first lot of training. So in total, I think we've trained 18 Ukrainians so far. This was done just before our Easter holidays, so this was done just before the start of April. And specifically what we were training is in the deployment and operation of technologies and in the sort of processing and visualization of radiation mapping data as well. As one of the key things that we've been teaching is a methodology which we call IRAS, but this is a methodology for radiological hazard mapping, which I'll talk a bit more about in a moment, which is what we regard as iterative review, advance, assess, and retreat surveying, IRAS. And this is a new methodology that we have developed, which we hope not only would be adopted by UK government, but would be adopted by other governments, as well as Ukraine, in terms of how you respond to a nuclear incident and if you need to quickly and safely map distribution of radioactivity. So in the previous talk, we saw the sort of modeling for the plumes. Then you can follow an IRAS methodology if this were to happen in real, to make sure that you can quickly assess the extent and the spread of radiological contamination. So key components and features of what we're doing in the training is around effective radiological mapping and the methodology which underpins it. And this includes the use of advanced detection systems, including systems on drones, on UAVs, but also on ground robots. And in the case of our training, we were using dog robots as part of the training. And the idea is to be able to gather as much information or evidence as you can as quickly as possible without people being put in undue sort of harm from radiation exposure or other physical hazards. The other thing that we were sort of teaching, or we were propositioning, is our view that it's very, very important to have baseline mapping of facilities. Now, whether that's a facility in France, UK, Germany, or Ukraine, it's important that if you have a baseline radiological assay, a map of the site, it allows that if in the future there is an incident with regards to remediation and site recovery, you have a datum, a baseline of what you need to recover or you need to remediate to, which is obviously, in the aftermath of Fukushima, this didn't exist. So the remediation post-Fukushima has been very difficult because it wasn't clear what the natural levels of radiation were in any one particular area, and therefore that made remediation very, very challenging. So in terms of the sort of technologies that we were teaching and using, this included drone radiation mapping technologies combined with laser scanning, such that very rapidly you can assess over quite large areas the distribution of radioactive materials, but you can do that without putting people into helicopters or people on the ground where the radiation levels are very, very high. But at the same time, to record three-dimensional data through the use of photogrammetry and through LiDAR, so that you have a very accurate 3D model of the terrain or of the building structures, so that you can assess that three-dimensional data for anomalies, or, for example, if it's a damaged building, the 3D scan can tell you where the damage is without you having to send a person inside. So it's very good for rapid collection of data, but also technologies for rapid visualization of the data, such that your situational awareness is very up to date. Ideally, it's in real time, so that people that could be 100 or 1,000 miles away from the survey site can be getting the data almost instantaneously at the same time as the ground team. So the benefits of Project Titan, we very much feel, is training Ukrainian personnel in critical equipment that they could use in the aftermath of nuclear incidents, to understanding the radiological consequences of Russian attacks, and to be able to understand that faster and in more detail than with standard technologies. And of course, to give improved situational awareness around Ukrainian nuclear sites. And of course, those benefits for Ukraine are also the same benefits of our technologies to the UK government at the same time. And of course, to anyone that wants to collaborate or work with us, we can extend that offer as well. In terms of benefits to the international communities, it's not only about sharing sort of methodologies and technologies, it's demonstrating, practical support to nuclear personnel. It's about reducing the regional risk of radiological release that might happen from a hostile act. It's also in terms of recording good quality data quickly. It's about being able to reassure local and national populations about the inherent security and safety. Again, as we've heard in the previous talk, Russian misinformation can make it sound like the hazards are much greater than they really are for nuclear sites. And therefore, be able to provide accurate evidence is really, really important. And enhanced situational awareness and shared situational awareness of nuclear sites between personnel, between government organizations is also really very important as well. So we hope to contribute to this sort of endeavor to support Ukraine. Now, our IRAS methodology is a method that we've developed based on taking in international expertise from other areas of emergency management and disaster mapping, but particularly from experts who work in earthquake zones and also in underground emergency extractions and evaluations, where they have developed particular methodologies for going into buildings which are partially collapsed or underground systems which are unstable. And we've taken that methodology approach and we've adapted it for responding to a nuclear emergency, where of course we have radiation as a hazard, but we also have the same hazard as in these other situations of structures being potentially unstable and dangerous because they've been physically damaged. And the IRAS methodology is typically including sort of three different components. One is around dynamically mapping an area by progressing through an area, a small piece at a time, but gradually going in and out. And as you go to map hazard, and during that process of dynamic mapping, we are defining and we're listing and we're designating risk. And at the same time as we identify risks, so for example, if within a building we were to locate a very hot radiation source or maybe a detonation device, then we would also dynamically list mitigations for being able to move around it, to bypass it, to isolate it, or to make it safe as well. So there's a structure to this methodology which has been well developed and defined. And through the training, we've taught this to trainees as to how you enact this methodology. The methodology itself, in terms of depicting the risk, is actually very simple. In areas that are safe, determined as safe, then these are green, just like in the go light on a traffic light. For areas where there is a light hazard, i.e. a hazard which isn't going to be immediately very dangerous for the human being, then these would be coloured as orange areas. And this could not only be mild radiation doses, but it could be other hazards, including possibly wildlife in certain parts of the CZ, for example. Or for red areas, which are areas which are demonstrably dangerous. These could be the radiological hazard, it could be the structure of the building being unsafe, it could be other physical, chemical hazards as well, where it would be unsuitable to deploy a human, but it still might be suitable to deploy a robot in those situations. And the methodology of IRAS is to make those decisions in real time through advanced teams which are deployed into the area or into the facility, who will designate these areas as green, amber, or red as they go through and relay that to a central coordinating base who will collate and convey that information on to other parties such as central government. There are a number of rules that we implement around IRAS and how you do this. And of course, at the top of the list is the priority of personal safety. The safety of the team members who are experts is paramount, because if you lose your experts, you lose your resilience and your capability. And the principle that human life has the overriding priority, and that risks and dosage is, for example, is always kept as low as reasonably practicable. So the ALARP process. Decision making is collaborative. and it's based on a veto-based approach in terms of continuing into areas of light or even higher hazard. That the base station, the single point that's collecting all the information, is the single source of all collated knowledge and understanding of the hazard, and that all the team members involved, and this is the reason for training, they have to be competent to be able to measure and ascertain their own personal risk at all times. And they also need to be suitably equipped with personal protective equipment. And that before you might do anything else within the affected area or the affected buildings, you must complete an IRAS survey before you do anything else. So for example, if you wanted to collect forensic information that might then go on to be used in a prosecution, a legal case, you would need to first of all use IRAS to map the safe versus dangerous areas and where you could and couldn't go in order to take forensic samples. So IRAS is very important as a first activity that you do to ascertain risk that then enables other people to come in, which might be sample collection experts, it may be decommissioning experts, it may be firefighters that would then come in and do certain things, but IRAS comes before all of that. The kind of data that we're collecting is some of the most advanced data capture techniques and technologies that are available. But here's an example of data capture from the pile cap of Unit 3 in Chernobyl, which we did before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where you can see we capture a very, very accurate 3D model. And overlaid with that, we then have the radiation mapping, which is done in the same instrument at the same time, but it creates a map, a three-dimensional map in this case, of radiological hazard, with the red areas being the dangerous ones and the green areas, just like the traffic light, being the safer areas. Some examples of the training that we've done. So for example, we had our training base, we had the skills house, which we could reconfigure. And we used a number of different types of radiation source distributed around the facility, and we could reset that so that we can then create and use this technology to very, very quickly assess facilities. And the trainees, of course, worked with these technologies. So not only do you delineate the layout of the building very, very quickly, within that, you have a trail of the radioactivity where you can attribute, again, your traffic light zones, red, amber, green, for the different levels of risk. And you do this following the IRAS methodology. And in some cases, we can use robots, and in other cases, we can use humans, depending on the radiological dose. So typically for an IRAS deployment, we're using a survey team of 2 to 3 people. And those 2 to 3 people work together in terms of some people recording data, some people collecting it using instruments, for example, and other people reporting it back to the base station. Some of the training is done with no PPE because there's no hazards, and it's about the first training of the methodology. But later, as we went through the course, we started to have everyone in PPE, which is obviously much more uncomfortable, but it's much more realistic because you start to work out the limitations of being able to deploy in full PPE into hazardous areas and how uncomfortable that can be. Our training used 2 types of radiation source. We used real radiation sources, which are sealed gamma sources of a number of different isotopes. And typically, because of health safety, we can't use very strong sources, but they're detectable with the detectors we're using, but it doesn't present any significant hazard to the trainees. And then we use radio frequency simulated sources, where you have matching detectors which look real, but actually they're just measuring RF intensity instead. And in those situations where we're using these simulant sources, then we can simulate lethal or near lethal levels of radiation. So there's a lot of realism applied to a real scenario in terms of being able to practice a real life scenario that could be very, very dangerous. Other scenarios that we practiced on the course, for example, was like a transport accident where you have a vehicle that's transporting radioactive material that's crashed or it's hit a landmine, for example. And we trained in the use of UAVs to provide the first situational awareness using video cameras, thermal imaging, using radiation mapping, and then to either deploy the robot dog or to deploy human beings in the PPE to then go and map and assess the hazards. So the IRAS methodology works both inside buildings and it works in outside areas. It applies to all scenarios. And of course, our trainees were very, very fond and affectionate with the robot dog, because always it's safer to send a robot to the dangerous places than it is to send a human being. And so this was a great opportunity for not only us to teach the methodology, but to teach cutting edge technologies that we hope in future phases of Titan to be able to supply those advanced technologies like the robot dogs. And already we are working with ISNPP to do exactly this kind of thing. So the Titan program is a program that will continue to support Ukraine. We've had a very solid start with our first sets of training, but further courses will be delivered through 2024. We're looking at something like 2 to 3 extra courses. I've been informed this morning by my government. The training material will be further refined to make it even better. And what we're currently working at the moment is we are writing up an academic peer-reviewed publication on the IRAS methodology, which the authorship is both from my team at the University of Bristol, but it's also authors from the ISNPP as well. So this is a jointly developed methodology and publication as well. The other thing that we will do based on the feedback is we will try to locate our training much closer to Bristol, and this will enable the trainees to have a day where they would get to visit Bristol or they'd get to visit London, to have like a weekend day of sightseeing and relaxing, because we do understand that this is an opportunity not only for training, but it's an opportunity to have a break and to make some really good collaborations and new relationships as well. So this is a photograph of our first really large trainee cohort from Ukraine. I have to say it was an absolute pleasure to work with them and train with them. I learnt just as much from my Ukrainian colleagues as I hope that they learnt from myself and my team. And I'd like to congratulate them all again on a very, very successful training mission. So moving forwards, we'll continue to be working with the Ukrainian government to promote and find further trainees to come on future courses. We're looking at something like 2 or 3 further courses with 10 people on each course. This can be men, this can be women as well. It's useful if the trainees have some English, technical English, but we will also provide translators at the same time. And through the processes of getting the previous trainees across to the UK, we are now much more aware of how to make a rapid visa processing to get to the UK and do the logistics. So it should be easier for future courses, because we have had help directly from Lord Cameron and his office. He's the Foreign Secretary for the UK. So he's one of the Prime Minister's deputies, if you like. So finally, just to finish, is to say a very special thank you to Dmytro Kamenko, who is partly Bristol University now, but he's also works under Maxim with the ISNPP. Without Dmytro, we could not have delivered the Titan program that we have so far. He's been an essential element of the training team, both as a technical person, but also as a fantastic translator. So I would like to say a big thank you to Dmytro, and thank you to his colleagues who have supported him to come and work with us in the UK. He's a fantastic asset and an ambassador for the Ukraine into the UK. So we really, really do value him. He's a fantastic chap. So with that, I will finish. I hope I haven't gone on too long. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо за...
Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you for your support of Ukraine. Thank you for your support of Ukrainian expertise and research. And we are very grateful to Dmytro Kamenko also. Thank you. I believe that our colleagues from Ukrainian Nuclear Society, or Ukrainian Nuclear Association, will be very much interested in this presentation, in these trainings. Thank you. Currently, Ukraine is in a situation when our training and our research in the area of nuclear peaceful area is in a very difficult situation. Thank you very much for that. Dear colleagues, we already go beyond our time frames. While we have still several items of the agenda, we have one more presentation at this panel. This is last presentation at this panel, but not least, of course. And I am pleased to invite Ms. Elena Parenyuk. Elena Parenyuk, who represents a strategy of the nuclear facilities resilience recognition in the times of war. Elena represents the
Добрий день всім. Я надзвичайно вдячна за те, що ви мене запросили.
nuclear safety.
Як це
Thank you for inviting me.
Поки що хотіла надзвичайно
I will do my best to
тому що передача традицій,
I believe that transfer and keeping tradition and tradition in annual conference like that, that is very precious. In the past, we used to come together offline, that we started to do that online. I started my participation in the conference when I was very young, and now it's my honor to present you big project, and I hope that we will continue with this project and eventually will represent it to the to international community. This was a project funded on the framework of Europe Horizon program. It was carried out by a big community of European institutions which research nuclear risks. Our project is focused on the changes needed to the nuclear facilities resilience recognition. We have 19 partners from 14 different countries, and we have Norway, who is leading. Then we have French institution IRISIT, which is a leader of the project, and other institutions that deal with nuclear risks. Actually, we represent the whole European Union, which allows us to hope that the results of this project will be spread.
Ми прийдемо, власне, донести до всіх в Євросоюзі, в тому числі до тих, хто приймає рішення.
We will disseminate the recommendations of the European Union. We started from not focusing our attention on Ukraine. We have two institutions from Ukraine. The leader of the first technical package is our institute, but in the future we'll focus attention on providing all other nuclear facilities which are on the territory of European Union, what they have to change to enhance the resilience of nuclear power plants and other nuclear fuel facilities to take into account possible armed conflicts. And this project could become the basis for providing recommendations of IAEA, and these recommendations could be the basis of post-accident recommendations were prepared after Chernobyl and after Fukushima. Our work package, our project includes 6 working packages. The first one is developing the military scenarios leading to radiological consequences. It's coordinated by our institute, and here we are calculating some technical possibilities and technical consequences that includes the bombing, and drone attacks on the spent fuel storage facility, and we include other risks, because very often I see that the projects are focused on technical issues. But for us, as the situation the Zaporizhzhia MPP, the radiation disaster could have not just natural or technical dimension, but also social. When we implement other work packages, characterize certain dimensions of resilience, what is resilience, how we understand it. This will happen by interviewing all over the world. We're planning to involve the representatives of Ukrainian nuclear sector. Also, we have planned interviews in Japan, the country which suffered from nuclear disaster, in Czech and Republic and Poland, these countries which are close to Ukraine. And population in these countries has some difficulties in understanding what may happen, and also France and Germany, the countries which are quite distant and they don't feel such war danger, war threat as Poland or Ukraine. We are conducting case studies, and then the 4th and the 5th work package has recommendations which we could give to those who are decision makers. An important part of it is examining or studying the ethics. We now see many problems that we have forgotten about from times of Cold War. It's difficult for us to transfer information. European researchers don't want to study war because it's not ethical, and European scientists are usually pacifists. In this project, we see some misunderstanding of people who live in peaceful times. We force them to imagine what happens if war comes to your country. And that is why I'd like to invite everyone who is listening to us to join this community. We'll put together the group of stakeholders, and the group of will organize some conferences and workshops. I invite you to join us in this project to better characterize the situation in which Ukraine lives now, so that in the future we are able to avoid the repetition of such situations, and so that we can prevent some dangerous events. That's all. Thank you for attention. And thank you, Olena, for your presentation. And dear colleagues, we have now I would like to go to question Q&A session. We had one question in the chat, but I'm not sure that Maxim Shevchuk is still present, because that was the question to him. He's not here, but maybe you have some questions to other participants. Dear colleagues, I understand that it's almost 6 o'clock and the participants probably are tired, but maybe they will have questions later. So taking into account the fact that we have 2 more days for the conference, I believe that you will be able to ask these questions later. On my behalf, I would like to thank you for the honor to be with you at this very useful and good event. I would like to thank organizers, Arena. I would like to thank all the international colleagues who joined us. Maybe that time wasn't very convenient for you to participate in such conference, but that's very important. And your support of the conference and our country is very, very important. And we appreciate that. I also would like to wish all participants success, professional and scientific, and peace and victory to all of us. I would like to remind you that the conference will continue tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I will now give the floor to Arina so that she makes an announcement about what will be happening tomorrow. And thank you, and see you again. Greetings to all of you. We have done a lot of work. The whole team worked very well, and we worked for Ukrainian science. And tomorrow, on the 25th of April, we start our work at 9 o'clock. And we have a very busy schedule, agenda. You have agenda in your emails. Please follow who's speaking after who. Get ready to presentations. Also, I will send you by the end of the day some technical instructions. Please look at that again, how to use translation function, how to use chat. So thank you again. Please be respectful to each other so that we follow our timetable. Because tomorrow we have a very, very busy agenda, and it's very important. We are planning to work from 9 till 5. I again would like to thank you. Who wants to turn on the screen so that we can make a big photograph? Those who are with us, please join us. It's important to have it. Who worked the whole working day? Okay. I would like to ask everyone. Yes, I will make a photograph. Thank you all, and see you tomorrow here at the conference. The second session will start at 9. Thank you all the participants. Thank you for your donations. We have an interesting information, 10,768 hryvnias we raised today. I have information about hryvnias only. I don't have information about some other currencies. So thank you for your donation. That inspires us for future work. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you all. Japan, Germany, Great Britain, thank you for being with us. Ukraine, we at home. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye.